larger cup for the bottom.
So welcome to our council meeting. I'd like to thank all of our media partners for attending tonight, and we have quite an extensive agenda, council, so I'll pass it off to the clerk so we can get at it.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, under item number 1, adoption of minutes. Motion by Councillors Fata and Myers. Resolved that the minutes of the regular council meeting of 2016-1107 and budget meeting of 2016-1103 be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
Under agenda item 3, declarations of pecuniary interest.
Okay, we'll start with Councillor Bruni.
Agenda item 5.3, 5.3.1.
Okay, Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 6.14 and agenda item 8.1, both fire services related. My brother is employed by Sault Ste. Marie Fire Services. And agenda item 5.3, the Sault Ste. Marie Lottery and Gaming Pursuit Team. My son is employed by Ontario Lottery and Gaming.
Thank you. I think Councillor Turco had his hand up also.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have pecuniary interest, 6.18, peddler bylaw and relative bylaws, 6.22 and 6.24, bylaw enforcement officers and the bylaws with it, spouse employed by police services.
Okay. Anything else, council? Seeing none?
So noted. Under agenda item 4, approve agenda as presented. A motion by Councillors Bruni and Hollingsworth. Resolved that the agenda and the addendum for the 2016-1107 City Council meeting as presented be approved.
All in favor? Carried.
Under agenda item 5.1, Community Development Award.
Okay, so we have the presentation. Now we have Kathy Fisher here. Welcome to council, Ms. Fisher.
Thank you.
I think after we go through this award, maybe we can come up here and take a nice picture. Meet Mr. Tenaza from Planning here. Peter, do you have anything you wanted to add, or just leaving it in my hands? Okay. So in 1998, City Council initiated a Community Development Award program. The purpose of the award program is to recognize significant achievement in community development, to highlight successful development ideas that others can use, and to inspire other projects to meet the standards set by successful projects. On behalf of the City of Sault Ste. Marie and the Planning Advisory Committee, I would like to congratulate the recipients of the 2016 Community Development Award, the Ermatinger Clerg Heritage Discovery Center located at 800 Bay Street. Construction of the Interpretive Center began in 2012 and was completed in 2014. Funding for the $4 million project included the Cultural Spaces Fund, the Secretariat of the War of 1812 Fund, and OHFC and the City of Sault Ste. Marie. The project began with the Historic Sites Board. The board recognized the need to accommodate additional exhibition space, a climate-controlled archival room, theater, gift shop, and administrative offices. The development also included new accessibility features and parking upgrades. The vision for the building was, if stones could talk, symbolizing smooth river rocks that have occupied a front row seat in the history of Sault Ste. Marie. The vision can be seen in the smooth stone utilized on much of the facade. The roof line and south facade are curved in a manner representative of the prow of a canoe, reflecting the nautical theme. Since the Interpretive Center opened, visitation to the Ermatinger Clerg National Historic Site has doubled, and the venue can now accommodate larger groups in a broader range of activities. The overall design and function of the building represents a significant contribution to an important cultural attraction. The unique building creates a great presence along Bay Street and is a great cultural resource that will be enjoyed by locals and tourists for many years to come. Congratulations again to Kathy Fisher, the Historic Board Site, and the team at the Ermatinger Clerg Heritage Discovery Center, who are all deserving recipients of the City of Sault Ste. Marie's 2016 Community Development Award. Congratulations. Matthew, did you want an opportunity to say a few words?
I just wanted to thank Thank you for this award, and it's shared by many on the Historic Sites Board, past and present, and of course, the staff and volunteers at the site. Thank you.
Thank you. So if you can come to the front here, Peter's going to take everybody. Picture. Yeah. Thank you. We're just leaving this here for the meeting. I think you proceed, Mr. Clerk.
Under agenda item 5.2, Community Christmas for Children, Marissa Gerald, on behalf of the Planning Committee, is in attendance.
Welcome to council, Ms. Gerald.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to share with you our terrific news. The Community Christmas for Children calendar will be available to our children and their families for its 26th season. My name is Marissa Gerald, and along with the Community Christmas for Children Planning Committee, we are grateful the sustainability of this very worthwhile initiative continues to be successful. During the month of December until the end of Christmas winter school break, which is January the 8th, 2017, over 100 activities will be hosted by local and surrounding businesses and agencies. The annual calendar is packed with details about registration and other information that families can use to plan around. All of these exciting events are free thanks to our many sponsors. Our sincere thanks to local media for keeping the community informed as to when and where they can take part in these activities. A heartfelt thank you to all the organizations and businesses that have assisted with the distribution of the Community Christmas for Children calendar of events. Families will receive a copy of the 2016 Community Christmas for Children calendar through their child's school, and it can also be found on our website at www.childcarolgoma.ca or www.volunteerssm.ca. Our Child Carol Goma office will be available for any further clarification, and we can be reached at 705-945-8898. Sault Ste. Marie is known for its generosity and acts of kindness. Together, we will be celebrating 26 seasons of Community Christmas for Children. We are forever grateful to our business supporters and sponsors. Well done, Sault Ste. Marie. Happy holidays.
So
Mayor
thank you.
Provenzano, would you kindly read the proclamation for Community Christmas for Children 2016?
I will happily read that. So what are the name of the young ones walking around the council chamber here?
This is my friend Kieran,
Okay.
and we have Miss Bella with her mom over there, and then this is my son Carter.
Well, if Carter and Kieran and Bella want to be on TV, they can come up here while I read the proclamation.
Would you like to go? Krista will go with you. You want me to come with you?
You can all come back here, sure. Yeah. You can stand right up here with me. Come around this side of me, Kieran. And you can be right here. Come right up there so everybody can see you. There, and, oh, you're there too. Good, very good. Okay, let's do this. So this is our proclamation. So whereas children are very important members of our community and the upcoming holidays are a particularly special time of year for children. And whereas the Community Christmas for Children, consisting of community businesses, agencies, and organizations, plan no-cost activities for children and their families during the month of December and the school winter break. And whereas the goal of Community Christmas is to bring the community together, to support families, and to brighten and enrich the holidays for children. Now therefore, I, Christian Provenzano, by virtue of the power vested in me as Mayor of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, do hereby proclaim December 1st, 2016 through to January 8th, 2017 as Community Christmas for Children. And urge all citizens of Sault Ste. Marie to take advantage of the many activities available for children and their families. So thank you for all your great work. You want to stick around? We got a future mayor here. You want to put that in there, Bella? There you go.
Good job, honey. Let's go this way. Merry Christmas.
Mr. Clerk?
Under agenda item 5.3, Sault Ste. Marie Lottery and Gaming Pursuit Team, Leo Tiberi, Executive Lead, is in attendance.
Welcome, Council, Mr. DeBerry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Glad to be back. Good evening, everyone. Okay. All right. I'm here to provide an update from the August presentation regarding the Sault Ste. Marie Innovation Center Lottery and Gaming Pursuit Project in light of the announcement on September 23rd that OLG was suspending the RFP for the lottery service provider. So here we go. This project, you funded, I'm using the headings here, a focused effort on growth and diversification of lottery and gaming. This project wasn't only to look at working with the next lottery service provider, it was to look at growing out the sector. During this period, the Digital Gaming Task Force was formed. I think I mentioned this at a previous meeting. This task force is comprised of leaders in the country when it comes to lottery and gaming. These are current and former executives at Ontario Lottery, as well as leaders in other business segments related to the lottery and gaming industry. So as a result of the Digital Gaming Task Force, it was identified that there were some sectors that we should pursue in the area of business development, innovation, and talent management. So here we are. So what also you funded was is a dedicated project team creating a robust and future-proof lottery and gaming economy, which you'll hear about. Your funding, or the city funding, was leveraged privately, provincially, and federally 4 times, meaning this project is now $2.8 million. And it was a wise investment by the city to create a project team to help grow the innovation and knowledge economy through lottery and gaming. And we are driving the innovation economy forward. Okay? So the vision of this project, Sault Ste. Marie is recognized in the industry as one of the leading environments for lottery and gaming business success. That's important. Let that hang there for a second. I just dare you all to think about another community that can make that claim. That doesn't exist right now. It's ours. We inherited lottery 25 years ago. Our inheritance is still here, and we want to grow it. So we want to be recognized in industry as one of the leading environments for lottery and gaming business success. And the mission is to create new innovative economy jobs, prosperity and economic sustainability in our community. Okay? So what we've built so far, we've hired a dedicated team of 7 people. Some are here tonight. These folks have embraced this project. They've left other jobs to join this team because they believe in this activity. This is a very, very dynamic activity going on right now. Our business and talent development programs and frameworks are now in place, which I'll share with you today. Relationships with our cluster and the industry are forming even stronger now. And partnerships between local businesses and lottery and gaming industry have started to form. Okay. So, what's up? This is our brand. Our brand is called UP. Okay? We're driving lottery and gaming business success. We help lottery and gaming businesses excel as top performers and create exciting innovation economy for talent to work and live in Sault Ste. Marie. So, So the values of this project. We are experienced. The experience of our people contributes to the business success of the companies who operate here. We are focused in that our cluster is among the top performers in the industry. We are open. Our actions, the relationships we form, and the ventures we embark on are grounded in integrity and continually push excellence in quality and innovation. And we are also curious. We're playful, we're ambitious, we're animated, we're pioneers. We're trying very hard to capture the imagination of this global industry and to get Sault Ste. Marie on the radar. Okay. Here are the goals. Economic impact, overall 20 million. In the Sault right now, this is about a $70 million economy. We want to grow it by at least a third. So that's the number we're using. That's the whole combination of wages and other economic measures. As mentioned last meeting, we are planning to grow this sector to the tune of 200 new jobs, 17 new lottery and gaming firms, 5 new startups or partnerships, on top of the 17 new firms, 35 jobs from within the current industry, and an increase in 30% in overall awareness, meaning right now we know, or generally we have an idea that not many people in the industry are aware of Sault Ste. Marie and our capabilities. So we're going to do some testing, or we're going to survey industry leaders and talk to them about the current awareness of the Sault and what it could do, and then bracket and see how we work out 2 or 3 years ago. Okay. So what we represent out to the world is what makes Sault Ste. Marie great. We have experience. We have over 25 years of lottery and gaming excellence. We are focused in our environment. There's a cluster here with BMR and CBN and Pollard. Talent with all the companies we've talked to so far seems to drive the agenda. Not necessarily location, talent seems to rule right now. So in terms of access, acquisition, retention strategies, management solutions, future pipeline, training and development, these are all things that are happening as part of our project. Funding, these 5 bullets, by the way, are the 5 things that the companies right now are telling us they're interested in, and not in terms of ranking, just in terms of their interest. Funding is very important to these companies. And community fit, that there's a supportive community in a thriving lottery and gaming environment, not just in terms of a community where people could live, but a supportive business community. That's what we're stressing here. Businesses are asking about the interest that the community has in lottery and gaming companies, okay? Okay, this chart represents Portland and their technology sector. I know in your packages you have Boise and you have Puget Sound. This is, I'm a visual guy, this is meant to depict how an industry grows off of one specific company. So Intel in Portland, one of the bigger circles, what you see around it and all the concentric circles are all the companies that have formed as a result of that one anchor. And then Tektronix is the other one. This is Portland. Portland doesn't necessarily have the largest and best research university where, say in Silicon Valley, you have Stanford and other universities that can create a lot of innovation. Here, innovation is happening because people who are currently working in those companies then branch out onto their own and create other activities. So we'll jump off this slide and now talk about, using this reference, what the cluster could look like in the Sault. So here's Sault Ste. Marie today. We have OLG, which is head office along with the casino. We have Pollard, we have BMR, and we have Canadian Banknote. This represents about 900 employees, and this is the cluster as it's been for a while. It has, lottery's been here for 25 years. So this is the cluster for the last 25 years, okay, as it currently stands. Okay, next. So There are various what we call verticals associated with the industry, or various activities or supply chain interests that all follow this industry. So the purple circles, the Northern Gaming Bundle. Now we're talking about what 2017 will look like. The Northern Gaming Bundle will be announced, the proponent will be announced in the next few weeks, I've heard. Game development companies are very popular right now and growing, so that's another circle that we're pursuing. Retail insights, that's more innovation related to the whole industry is trying to figure out next generation ticket purchasers and how people will buy and what they will play. Education is another growth opportunity, and data center, which you may be familiar with. So right now in 2017, these are the areas that we're looking at to grow into right now. Okay. 2018, it builds out. We have First Nations gaming, we have charitable gaming, we have regulatory and iGaming, we have responsible gaming innovation, player intelligence and research, along with the other circles mentioned. Okay. And then by 2028, now you start to understand that companies, businesses, innovation will happen around these clusters, which all need support and partnership. Okay? So, where are we today? We have 18 open files. What are open files? These are companies that have gone beyond the what is up, or what is Sault Ste. Marie, or what's happening in the Soo. What are you guys doing? To us providing them with what's called landing packages, information related to funding, talent, any questions they have, we're putting together information for them. So we have 18 open active files right now that are at that stage. These are companies that are now at the point of trying to figure out how this potential setup could work in their business structure, in their strategy. So we're at that stage right now with 18 companies. These aren't business cards. These are face-to-face or conversations we're having with people as a result of all of our networking efforts. I cannot list the company names at this time. I hope you can understand there's some competitive nature or forces at play here, along with the fact that we just can't announce them at this point. But I promise you this, once we could, we will. And we will probably brag about, you'll see it in press releases as these companies start to land here, or some initiatives start to move forward. So right there within the active files, there's approximately 370 prospective jobs. I cannot guarantee any of these will arrive at this point, but I can guarantee that we will work very hard to land as many as we can at this time. We're only 7 months in, so we're averaging almost one active file a week with all the prospecting we're doing, which is great considering our competitive location or our advantages or challenges associated with Sault. Okay? Other work that's currently underway, in addition to the 18 open files, we've now embarked on our town management initiatives. I don't know if you're aware, there is an IT shortage in this town. There are many companies having a hard time finding IT talent. Most of the jobs in this sector are IT related, programmers, coders, designers, that sort of thing. So we have 4 or 5 initiatives underway with regard to targeted repatriation of former Saultites. We have a plan with post-secondary alumni outreach, post-secondary outreach in general, to talk to the schools that are producing these graduates above and beyond Sault College and Algoma University. And we will then end up with a talent pool database, which will be quite attractive to employers who, when they first ask, do you have 20 people in town who can do ABC? We'll have a database with information that can quickly answer that question. So these are 4 initiatives that are currently underway. And in the way of promotion, we now have our campaigns ready to go. Our social media has started. We have a Facebook page. We have a LinkedIn page. We have Instagram. There's my tech savviness. We have a web page set up, and we're about to go into full development on our website. 2 weeks ago, we had a brand ambassador outreach initiative. Just quickly on this front, What we're trying to do is recruit people in town who love living here and have a lot to say about living here, so that when a prospective talent is looking to move to Sault Ste. Marie, we don't just want them talking to the team. We want them talking to people who live here and have similar occupations. So anyone in this room is welcome to join that brand ambassador list, by the way, which is key. You will find that as people look and think about Sault Ste. Marie, they do their research through the newspapers and through the internet, but it would be nice to have a conversation with an individual to talk passionately about why they love living here. Okay, so that's what's underway right now. We're also working quite closely with the college and university. This is a project that has brought the two schools together, and we are now working with them to ensure that they get a good piece of the pie as it relates to training and development opportunities across the country. So, in a nutshell, this is what we're doing as a project, and I understand you have a busy agenda, so at this point, I'm open to questions.
Okay. So we'll start with Councillor Christian.
Leo, thanks for the presentation. Lottery is near and dear to my heart. I do have a couple of questions, though. Your one slide where you had your goals, you have 17 new LNG firms and 5 new startups. Can you explain the difference between the two? I'm a little confused there. I can do the math. That's 22, but I'm trying to understand the differentiation.
The 17 new are net imports. Like, we want to bring in companies that are already established,
Okay.
and to set up a Canadian base,
Right.
more specifically a Sault Ste. Marie base. The startups could be local or they could be global, but that's how we differentiate.
You said in your presentation that there are 18 files established right now, 18 companies that you're doing an outreach with. Are these companies that are already established and they're just pursuing any potential opportunity in Sault Ste. Marie, or are these groups of people that are looking to start a business relating to lottery?
These are all established companies.
Okay.
They have offices in Las Vegas, in East Coast, West Coast of Canada, Florida, everywhere. These are companies looking potentially to expand into Canada.
Again, in the goals, it says jobs created 200 in this sector. That's a target. You know specifically where you think you're going to be pursuing? Is that just a number, or you have specific ideas about where these jobs are going to be created?
I'd love it for all to be one company.
Yeah.
That would be the nice way to do it. But we are pursuing all avenues. I can't target specifically right now.
I guess
Game development seems to be popular, though.
Okay, so these 200 jobs have nothing to do with the Northern Gaming bundle.
Yes, they're included in that. The Northern Gaming bundle, depending on the successful proponent, we are hoping they will set up a head office in Sault Ste. Marie. So that will be net new jobs, not counting the jobs of the current
Casino workers.
Employees at the casino.
That's what yeah.
No, we're not.
These are separate from this. This would be more of a corporate.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. I think I just have one final comment. I appreciate, what you're trying to establish here with your visuals, the multiplier effect of the industry. It's the same concept you can apply with big companies like SR, et cetera. My only other thought would be that, as a high school teacher, I see an opportunity here that it's not just a matter of speaking to the college and university. I think this is something that should be pursued with high schools as well. We have a lot of young people that are looking to establish a career, and we have this problem with youth out-migration. It seems to me we could step it back even further and have conversation with the boards to see if there's an opportunity to pursue this even at an earlier age. Just a thought.
I would welcome that, and actually, if there's anything you could do to get me into the boards, or I can approach them myself, that's a great suggestion. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
So next we have Councillor Fada. Yep, Councillor Fada.
Thank you. Yeah, Earlier I asked you about the $750,000 that was the contribution of City Council, and you've touched on that. So is there anything else that you might want to add as far as satisfying that money is going to be continued to be spent and obviously used in the way that you've described here?
Well, as part of the project, we continue to solicit private sector funding. We want to partner with some private sector companies on projects, and in that regard, we want them to contribute to our project because we might be doing some heavy lifting for them. So we continue to look at other sources to supplement what we're doing with our project. But so far, we've had the city's share, NOHFC, FedNor is pending, and the private sector has all contributed. So that's put together our $2.8 million budget. Okay.
As far as, one thing, just as a comment, it seems like Sault Ste. Marie always plays second fiddle to Sudbury and Thunder Bay. Is the fact that the OLG's headquarters are here, do you think that'll play a fairly big role in terms of us attracting investors versus others,
Absolutely. Absolutely. Through Mayor, Councillor Fat. Is that how I do this?
That's fine.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. Our work with Ontario Lottery continues to remain tight, meaning we have regular conversations with their senior executive. We are aligning our direction with theirs in terms of their modernization process, in terms of iGaming and some other verticals that they're pursuing. Absolutely no doubt. Having Ontario Lottery here is a massive draw. Ontario Lottery is highly regarded globally for what they do. They're award-winning. They do great work. So having them here is, we have to capitalize on it. That's why this work is so important.
And just one final question, Mr. Mayor. In terms of the educational portion of this, I have concerns that a company will, part of the decision that they'll make by coming here or not coming here will be based on having the right labor pool that's going to be able to handle the duties. Are you comfortable with the fact that you're working on that and that we will have the people in place or at least available? I hate to think that a company won't come here and they'll end up in London because the labor pool is not here for obvious reasons.
I'm comfortable with our approach, but I'm nervous because if we do land a big company, I mean, we're all going to have to scramble to figure out, if that were to happen next month, we would have to mobilize and do some upgrading and some other things to match those needs. Overall, though, I'm very comfortable that our strategy and approach to reaching out to the labor market, especially through LinkedIn, that's our approach. We're using social media, and we're going to hit it hard in terms of telling the Sault Ste. Marie story and as important, the lottery and gaming story in Sault Ste. Marie to attract the right candidate for that. So we'll see how it goes. It's a bit one before the other, but we have to do both at the same time. We have to have the talent ready. There are jobs right now. There are openings right now at some of these cluster partners that they're currently looking for people. So I am more than hopeful that our strategy will result in the right talent pool for this industry. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Isn't that really what it's all about, though, Leo? I mean, it's about the human resource and the talent pool. Like, if we don't develop that talent pool, nobody's coming.
Yes, that's a good point. And because the industry is evolving, not just OLG, globally, like I said last meeting, people are playing on their handheld devices. All of this requires programming. All of this requires design. All of this requires research. It's all business. It's all technology. So you're right. That's one thing that we'll continue to work with the schools in town. And on that note, the needs assessment work has completed their phase 2 project. So both the college and the university have some very good insight now as to the needs of the industry as it currently exists. So we will continue to work with both schools in town to help them as best we can to build out this labor pool. Okay.
So we have Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. May. Leo, thank you for your presentation. I have a couple of questions. One, can you just remind us when this project started?
April 11th, that's when I started. This project started when the funding showed up. So all the funding showed up, not just the city piece. So the Digital Gaming Task Force has been meeting for at least 2 years. But this project started in April.
Okay. And for the viewers at home, can you just remind us what you're trying to create with regards to, you mentioned education, you were looking for a talent pool, but what are you going to be offering? For example, since I received this package, I've been doing research and reading about other companies in the world, including Canada and the United States, that offer, I think, similar services. So please help us understand, how are you going to separate what you're going to be offering from these others? Example, there's the Gaming Laboratory International, there's EDJ, Gaming Solutions, and so forth. So help us understand what you're going to be offering versus these others.
Okay, I brought back the slide that showed our value proposition. This is what we're offering: experience, environment, talent, funding, community fit. Every company we talk to, including the ones you've researched, all have a specific need. They're either having those needs met where they currently reside, or if they're looking for synergies through location, through access, they may consider our location. So what are we offering is a full service, sort of talk to us. We'll take care of, there's one company asking about immigration. And I know there's people in here that work on that, and or there's people in the community that work on that. We're the first point of contact, though. Then we go out and talk to those other groups to help us inform the prospective companies about moving their workforce here or setting up the workforce here. Basically, we hold their hand through the whole process. That may or may not happen in other communities, but we're doing it here. Okay, and we're doing it in lottery and gaming. No other community is doing that right now in lottery and gaming. So that's our niche.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Botland.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I want to thank Leo. I've talked to him several times before this evening's event, and you're the first to come forward. I've asked each council meeting for somebody to come forward and give us an idea of some initiatives out there, that council's not just sitting on their hands waiting for things to happen, that SR. So this is a good first start. Expectations probably, I suspect, are quite high, given that this has been the OLG modernization 3 or 4 years, and I bring up a sore point again, $308 million later. Throw in our 2.8 million. It's kind of small, but from our perspective, it's a whole lot. It raises expectations. After 3 or 4 years, and say, well, we're not going in that direction anymore, but I suspect many decisions have been made to go forward. Is there any timing that you sense from your dealings with all of these companies and the government as to when we could expect some announcements or an announcement?
From Ontario Lottery?
Yes.
Okay.
And subsequently from you.
I can't speak for OLG, but I can say this. I can tell you that OLG is in fact continuing with modernization. They haven't privatized, but they are going to continue to modernize. That means iGaming. That means any sort of retail innovations that will allow them to achieve a target of contributing an additional $900 million annually to the government for hospitals and government services and such. So modernization continues in Ontario Lottery. It continues at every lottery in the world right now because of technology. So the $308 million, is that the right number? The modernization process also included the outsourcing or the privatization of the casinos, the land-based casinos. So a good chunk of that money went towards that work. The east has already moved in that direction. The north and the other regions will move shortly in that direction. And what we've learned in the east already is the private operator has already invested, what does it say? They've already invested upwards of $50 million in facilities with another 50 planned. That's just for 2 operations or 2 or 3 facilities in the east. This is the type of activity that used to be on the backs of the government. Now, the private sector can handle those investments, and there'll be a better model going forward for the land-based casinos. So Councillor Butland, I hope I answered your question with regard to the modernization process. It does continue, and I'm confident, I'm pretty sure OLG will have an announcement in terms of their future direction and plans as they go forward. Okay?
So, the casino announcement, I'm told, everybody is told, it seems like it's imminent. The workers feel that it's imminent, and they're on the ground. And the spokesman for the casinos, who's a former Sioux native, said, well, we have reached out and we've talked to the municipalities. For instance, North Bay said, we don't want a casino on our waterfront, which is fair game. But I guess I'm asking you our role with the casinos, because as far as I know, none of us have been involved with any consultation. And you did say, or the people that you have been dealing with say, is council behind whatever you're doing? Yeah. I'd like to say, yeah, we are, but how can we help you? Should help you. Should we not be engaged at the table with you at some of these meetings?
I would suggest that once the proponent is identified, we can have those discussions. I mean, our group is trying to line up local businesses to get ready to work with the proponent. And I believe across the north, there's about 2,000 employees at these casinos in total, roughly. So one of our goals is to land a head office here so that all the administrative work can be handled out of Sault Ste. Marie. And 2, to give local industry or local businesses the chance to fit into that supply chain for the industry. I'm sure there'll be an opportunity for the successful proponent to come and talk to City Hall about their plans. I mean, I'm sure they would. I don't know them, personally in terms of who's going to get it, but I'm sure that's something they would do.
And just not to confuse people at home, you're now talking about not the lottery assets, you're now talking about the gaming assets. You're talking about the Northern Ontario bundle, which has not yet been awarded to any specific proponent.
Correct.
We are definitely behind what you're doing, and I think we would like to get that across, not to you, but all of the companies that you anticipate may come here. For instance, it's told that North Bay will get a brand new casino because they don't have one. Kenora will get a brand new casino because they don't have one. Sudbury's not sure, so Sault Ste. Marie say, we should be putting our cards on the table. What is in line for Sault Ste. Marie at this point in time? With the announcement coming in 2 or 3 weeks, it's a little bit late to talk to the proponent about what they might do.
I don't know that that's Leo's, I don't know that Leo's in a position to respond to that, Councillor Butland. Yeah.
It may or may not be, but I'm putting that on the table. We are not involved with consultation on either aspect of this. And I think I'm suggesting in my last comment, I really feel we should be, because we are behind you. How can we help you other than through the $750,000?
I can answer that question. I mean, I said it last time. This initiative will require everyone's help, and meaning wherever there is a role, whether it is in a meeting, somebody to talk to these proponents or the successful proponent about how open the city is for business, those kind of things. It's that type of work. At this point, there's really nothing else that can happen until the proponent is selected. And understand that, and these proponents have put together quite comprehensive packages that have addressed probably a lot of the questions you have today. They've done a lot of work on these things, and I'm sure Lottery has done even more work to make sure that they choose the right proponents. So I welcome your offer, and all I can say is stay tuned. We will take you up on your offer. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yeah, I don't have any questions, but I did have a couple comments.
Go ahead.
This is a great project, in my opinion. I mean, when the announcement came in 2012 that modernization was going forward, I think we all in the community, I wasn't on council at the time, but we all in the community were a bit shocked and didn't really know what to do. So we quickly, put a team together, and we've now funded this program so that we could keep a good cluster of lottery and gaming jobs here. With the announcement now that privatization of the lottery assets isn't going forward, but as Leo said, modernization still is, it presents, I think, an even greater opportunity to capitalize on that and to develop these clusters. So I'm very excited. I've worked with Leo at the college when he was there. I'm on the college board, and he was a great administrator there. I have every confidence in him on this project, and I'm glad we landed such a good catch at the Lottery and Gaming Task Force in his ability. So I think we're in good hands, and along Councillor Butlin's comments, I think once the proponent is named, we're here to help.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
Anything else for Mr. Taberi? Thank you for your work, Mr. Taberi. We appreciate it. We appreciate you coming here today and giving us an update, and we look forward to working with you as this project develops.
Thank you very much.
So the clerk is approaching the microphone because he's the next presenter on the agenda, and he's going to actually do it from the microphone as opposed to his seat here. So Mr. Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Just one moment. What we'll do, Council, we'll get the proper presentation here. We'll just move to the next item on the agenda, which is the downtown improvement plan, and Tori Prose is going to give that presentation.
Welcome to Council, Ms. Prose.
Thank you.
So we have a presentation before us, a short slideshow, and then we're in your hands.
Okay, before I start, for those of you following along on the agenda package, I would encourage you to check out the screens, as it is a dynamic presentation and we'll be zooming in and out.
So look at the screen. Look at the screens as opposed to our own packages.
All right, so thank you for having me. I'm going to go through a presentation that provides some additional context to the report, as well as describe some of the different components of this strategy. The Downtown Development Initiative began in 2006. The second phase of the initiative launched in 2014. These phases took a two-pronged approach to revitalization, first being public realm enhancements, and second being incentive programs designed to catalyze private sector investment. So here are some examples of the projects that we saw implemented through these first phases. We have the March Street Stage and Laneway project, John Roswell Park, the John Roswell Hub Trail Bay Street Extension, Gore Street reconstruction and streetscaping, which is nearly finished, Queen Street tree replacement, Huron Street streetscape improvements, We saw tax rebate residential development that overall has totaled $35 million in new residential development downtown, as well as our grant programs leveraged approximately $4.3 million in private sector development. So in early 2016, we began an extensive assessment of metrics from the previous initiatives, as well as a look at existing conditions to basically determine whether or not we met the goals of the previous phases of the downtown development initiatives over the 10 years that they've been implemented. This map in front of us, I'm going to zoom in now, but what it shows is basically it's our momentum map, and it shows all of the exciting projects that happened over the past 10 years. So one of the assessment tools that we used was looking at building permit data, and what we found was over that 10-year period, we saw $84 million in commercial and residential building permits put into downtown buildings. So along with that, and along with what the map shows, there really is evidence that momentum is building in financial investment, social investment, as well as we're seeing the beginning of a cultural shift towards recognizing the downtown as a valued part of our community. That being said, our assessment did also reveal some considerable enduring challenges. Though we've made great strides in our waterfront redevelopment, as you can see on the slide there, we do need to address some of the other issues in the downtown. And in your report, you'll also see some of the social conditions that we are currently dealing with in the downtown. So what this proposed strategy does is reflects the significance of adopting a more comprehensive strategy that goes beyond traditional urban planning tools that we used in the first and second phases. What this new strategy does is incorporate actions that involve all corporate divisions and is a much more holistic approach designed to mitigate those systemic challenges. The development of the downtown strategy benefited strongly from a very intensive and innovative community engagement process. We involved the public at many stages throughout the strategy development process, and it was really great because it also served as a community building tool and a way to sort of gain sense of pride in our downtown and what's already happening, all the great things happening downtown. This is the funding breakdown that we've proposed, and you'll know in the budget for this year, we are asking for $200,000 per year to leverage with NOHFC and FedNor funding. The strategy is organized around 6 pillars, which I'll now describe. The physical concentration of people, businesses, activities, and entertainment really helps to create a definable district and benefits from constant activity. And what we're proposing to address this pillar is ensuring our new official plan policies strongly encourage and facilitate development, as well as targeting our building improvement grants to formerly vacant properties. A robust and diverse population is the bedrock of a prosperous downtown. It facilitates activity beyond 5 p.m., helps increase perceptions of safety, as well as acts as a built-in market for business. So we're proposing to continue the second floor conversion grants, continue the tax rebate program, advocate for funding for neighborhood infrastructure, as we need to make it worthwhile for families to move downtown and take advantage of high quality public spaces and things you can do downtown. We also have identified working with DSAB to promote affordable housing in our downtown. There is a huge demand for safe and secure housing, and a lot of the poor standards of living conditions that many people are forced to take up downtown contribute to the stigmas that we have are dealing with in our downtown core right now. Encouraging active use of downtown space is also very critical, as we can't simply just build a beautiful park and then say we're done. We have to program, we have to create activity there for people to come and become comfortable with the space, and for people to develop a sense of connection and pride in the space. And so what we are proposing for this pillar is to make it easier for outside groups and organizations to host events downtown, make it easier to go through protocols like establishing sidewalk patios, encourage the development of pilot projects, as well as advocating for the city itself to take a stronger role in programming, like the mayor's tree lighting ceremony, which was a wonderful event last week. We are continuing with public realm enhancements in this strategy. It is essentially, the core of revitalization, and that public investment in the public realm sends a really key message to private developers, in that the city is committing to this space, so I feel less risk in investing my own money. Essentially, it's a down payment on a return on investment that we'll see in the future. So we'd like to continue with the facade improvement grants. We're proposing a signage and wayfinding strategy that will help develop or accentuate downtown gateways, as well as develop a more cohesive brand for the entire downtown. Furthermore, we're proposing to continue with the Queen Street tree replacement, as well as the Bay Street lane reduction and hub trail extension. And finally, rehabilitating part of the Gateway Park is also critical to reestablishing that western portion of our downtown back into the waterfront area. Enhancing mobility and connectivity is very critical. We do need to expand our understanding of streets, not just as places for cars to move through, but as places for people to gather, people to walk, cyclists. That's all very important. So we're proposing a complete streets and two-way traffic conversion evaluation. The Complete Streets study will take a look at our downtown streets and identify how we can make design interventions that most benefit the most vulnerable users of the streets, which are pedestrians. When the city built Carmen's Way, it effectively, physically and psychologically cut off the James Street neighborhood from the rest of the downtown. And so building that hub trail extension is a start at reintegrating that neighborhood back into our downtown, and that's very critical. Finally, this strategy is, in my opinion, a success because of the extensive community input that went into its development, and we do expect and intend for community input and collaboration to continue with implementation. We're proposing a downtown task force to monitor the progress of this strategy. We're going to work with community partners, as well as continue working to a higher standard of engagement for downtown projects. So I'll stop there. If anyone has any questions or comments.
The clerk was just noting to me that the report's under consent, so this will pass with the consent agenda. But if you have any questions for Ms. Prowse, we're happy to take them. We'll start with, we're actually going to start with Councillor Bruni, because he weathered the Santa Claus parade with me on Saturday's night. And I told Councillor Bruni and Councillor Huppanen that as a result of them going through that parade and being in the cold, I would abandon my usually randomness tonight and give them both preferential treatment. So we'll go Councillor Bruni.
All night?
No, just this You just got it once, and Councillor Hooper will get it once, and then we'll go back to random. Councillor Bruni and then Councillor Romano.
Thank you, Victoria, for your presentation. I'm just looking at the Downtown Development Initiative, Phase 3, the proposed funding arrangements. If the city does not have the $600,000, $200,000 per year, how critical is that for your NOHFC funding and the FEDNOR funding?
Did you want to speak to that, or?
I think Mr. McConnell looks like he wants to speak to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Councillor Bruni, the $600,000 is critical in order to access the FEDNOR and NOHFC money. City staff are very much aware of Council's financial limitations this year, and our game plan going in has been to see if we can firm up in 2017 the NOHFC and FEDNOR money. We will need a funding commitment from Council to do that. Approval of this strategy tonight does not commit to any funding. Any funding approvals will be part of the budget discussion. However, without that, we won't be able to proceed with the FEDNOR and NOHFC funding. Any of the major capital works would, of course, be subject to future capital works budgets, which would be evaluated as part of the city's capital works slate each year.
And explain the $310,000 operations. Is that divided up in 3 years, or is that the 1 year?
I think you may have an older copy of a report. There is no operational funding. I'm sorry, you may have an older copy in there. There is no operational funding increase associated with the strategy that's being recommended. That's an older copy of the report. I'm sorry that was included. There is. That's our mistake. That's staff's mistake.
Okay.
There is no recommendation for an increase in operational funding this year. The only item that is being brought forward for council as part of the budget deliberations is the $200,000 in funding per year that would then allow us to access the FEDNOR and NOHFC funding.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Councillor Romano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Ms. Prowse. Hello. I've discussed this issue before with yourself when you presented to the Downtown Association board. My question is going to focus in, on the task force. When would we see a task force being created?
I think once we...
Mr. McConnell.
I think once the strategy's endorsed, I think they're looking to get moving on all parts of it.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, that's exactly right. Once we do have, there was a considerable amount, there was actually a great amount of public consultation that went in as part of the formulation of this strategy. It's a multifaceted thing. As you can see, there's many different components to it, from capital works to event programming to grants to tax rebates, various forms of encouragement in working with the private sector. We felt it would be useful to have a task force put in place that would meet several times a year, simply to monitor how things are going and to provide advice back to staff if, in fact, there's something that we're missing or something is not going well. And that task force would be with representatives from various parts of the downtown, including city staff, and there would, of course, be representation from the downtown board on that as well. That would be put in place once the strategy is approved.
Thank you. And how would we, would that be a staff decision to create the task force, or would that come through council?
Well, if we endorse the strategy tonight, then staff would be empowered to create the task force. When the task force is ultimately kind of comprised, I expect it will have to come to us because councillors or a councillor or some combination of us would be asked to sit on the task force. So it will return to us.
Thank you, Mr. McConnell. And I believe my last question for Mr. McConnell as well. Would you see, you noted that the Downtown Association would likely have a seat, let's say, at the table with respect to the task force. I don't want to put the cart before the horse. My question specifically, would you see an advantage if the downtown board were to develop I don't want to use the word task force, but for lack of a better term, its own sort of task force, if you will, or committee, sort of to further the goals of that, of all the different groups within the downtown and present those to the task force at some point in time down the road. Would you see an advantage to that, or is that something?
Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Romano, I see that as an advantage. One of the things we're looking at, obviously, as a task force is to see how things are going. And the other opportunity, of course, is there are so many opportunities to do stuff in the downtown. We have limitations as to the number of people that we have. Hence, working with the Downtown Association is a huge plus to us.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we have Councillor Hoopernan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Victoria. That was an excellent presentation, Victoria. I read it a couple of times, and this is coming from a person who's had a business in the downtown core for almost over 30 years. So I'm so excited to see this coming back up front. I think Councillor Bruni, the question was answered actually, it was for the funding, and I understand that it would be difficult for the NOHFC and FedNor to cooperate with us or consider us at all without us putting in some funding. It shows that we have the intent, and I think it's very important, and you certainly have my support on this, and I think it's a great initiative, and I'm just really looking forward to everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I echo my ward mates' comments on how great this strategy was. I just had a question about the facade improvements, or I heard you refer to them as facade improvements before, so now I don't know how to pronounce it. Are they, I know the previous program included both facade and interior improvement. Is the program as redesigned only the facade?
No, we are going to continue with the interior improvements, but make them a bit more targeted, focusing on vacant properties only.
Okay, good. That makes more sense, I think.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. Again, excellent presentation, like everyone else has said. Victoria, well done. Just going back to facade, which Councillor Shoemaker is mentioning, I've talked to many merchants down on Queen Street, and they feel that has been very helpful. So well done on that. I guess my question is, can you just elaborate on the facade? I know that other communities usually create a theme to say that we're trying to create this look. So are we creating a theme, or what type of criteria are our merchants following?
It's a very good question. In previous development initiatives, we didn't really, aside from the downtown urban design guidelines, we did not feel that it was appropriate for us to really constrict people's options for facades. That being said, we did find that there were some projects that the facade upgrade wasn't necessarily the best option for that building. For example, stucco on a historic building or something like that. So in this new strategy, what we're proposing is to develop a bit more restrictive criteria for obtaining a facade grant, as well as making it a requirement for them to use part of that grant to seek a designer to do that work for them.
Okay, great. And just two other questions, if I may. Going back to the $600,000 that you're looking for from the city, I understand it's $200,000 over the next so many years. So if we miss 1 year, like let's say if we delay it, then we close the window, we close the door, correct?
Mr. McConnell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In dealing with FedNor and NOHFC, and Councillor Huppanen is quite right, I mean, they're going to be looking for the city's commitment. Without the city's commitment, there's no funding. If the commitment is only for $200,000 or only for $400,000, I'm sure the FedNor and NOHFC funding would be reduced from what we're looking at. So really, I mean, the decision is in council's hands at this point. As part of their budget deliberations, do they want to approve this project and to what extent? And then staff will work from there with FedNor and NOHFC.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking for the risk factor, so you've answered that. Thank you. And one last question, going back to the task force. Thank you for explaining the task force and their responsibilities. And I feel strongly that the Queenstown Association has done a great job in basically identifying their new board with their new chairperson. So I encourage, and it sounds like you won't be working in silos. And it sounds like it would be nice if the task force and the Queenstown board can work closely and potentially, not telling you what to do, potentially once in a while merge for one joint meeting so that there's energy back and forth.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're all on the same page here.
Okay. We have Councillor Christian who wants to make a comment. Councillor Christian.
I've changed my mind.
Oh.
I was going to say that it was a very well thought out presentation, very succinct and articulate, and clearly you take after your mother. But other than that, I'm in support of the I'm in support of the project.
Good. So we're gonna wrap this up, Ms. Prowse. Councillor Hollingsworth had something for tonight's agenda where there was a streamlined process for council to have an opportunity to tell good news stories, but she was very kind to agree with agenda review that would be put off to the next agenda because of the length of tonight's agenda. But there were two very good news stories that you were directly involved in with the planning department, so I just want to recognize you in the planning department. You've done some really good work lately, and we're seeing it throughout the city. I think the Urban Orchard project is a fantastic project. I think that's really interesting. And obviously, we had a really successful downtown event with the tree lighting, and we partnered with the Downtown Association. So the planning department, under your leadership, Mr. McConnell, is doing very good work, and I just think we should take the opportunity to recognize that as a good news story. Thank you, Ms. Prowse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So apparently the clerk's got his technology working, so he is going to do his report on the council review, city council review. Mr. Clerk.
Yep.
And I think we're going, this is the report that the general public's been getting as they've gone to the open houses, but the clerk is going to abridge it for the sake of tonight's meeting and go through it rather quickly. If you have any questions, obviously you can ask him when he's finished.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the Council Review Committee did ask me to quickly go through the PowerPoint presentation that we've been presenting at the open houses. There is one more open house tomorrow night, the John Rhodes Community Center. Just quickly, our current composition, as council knows, this is being looked at. We are a single-tier municipality, population of 75,000, and governed by a mayor and 12 councillors, 2 from each of 6 wards. Term is 4 years, and that is set by statute. Historical composition, we've moved through quite a number of iterations as we've grown. Most have had a ward basis, and we have had the present setup of 13 members, 2 per ward on a 6-ward basis since 1918. We are a single-tier, not lower-tier municipality. We offer the full range of municipal services. We don't form part of a regional or a county system of government. We are a ward system versus an at-large system. At-large members are elected to serve the entire city. In a ward system, council members represent a defined area. Only the mayor in our present system is elected at large. There are only 2 urban municipalities in Ontario that elect their councils at large, North Bay and Cornwall. All the rest of the urban municipalities elect on a ward system. Purposes of local government service delivery, representation, role of the mayor, and the role of council. These are, I won't bother you with going through them, but they are found in the Municipal Act, and they are completely defined in the Municipal Act. When you get a call from someone saying, what's the job description for a mayor, or what's the job description for a councillor, there really aren't any. Your authority and powers are enshrined in these sections of the Municipal Act. Council has a representative role. They are elected to represent the views of their constituents. They need to consider a variety of conflicting interests. and their decisions should be based on the best interests of the municipality as a whole. Council is a policymaker. They are the primary policy-making body of the municipality. Administration carries that policy out. Council as a steward needs to ensure that the policies adopted by council are being implemented, that staff are administering services and programs as council has intended, rules and regulations are being applied correctly and consistently, that everyone is treated equally, and that funds are being spent only as authorized. As council is aware, some standards and requirements are set out in provincial legislation, and you don't really have a lot of discretion as to that application. Remuneration, our current remuneration is the mayor at $70,756 a year and councillors at $22,738 per year. One misconception that is still out there in the community, members of council are not further remunerated for sitting on committees of council. So as you well know, you don't receive any extra honoraria for being on different committees. Possible actions, you can stay with the status quo. You can go to a mayor elected at large, but fewer wards with 2 councillors per ward. You could go to the mayor elected at large in 6 wards with 1 councillor per ward, or you could go to other combinations that are sorted out around that. And that's the end of the slideshow. Are there any questions?
That was largely provided for your information, but if we want to prolong this, we can. Councillor Myers.
He's so subtle. Through you, Mr. Mayor, simply to the clerk, thank you. I've been at the 2 open houses that we've had, as have some of the other councillors, and I guess the one thing I'd just like to ask at this point, Mr. Clerk, are you pleased with some of the community input? Are we getting some uptake, which we aren't getting it in person, but I believe we're getting it in another format? Is there some uptake that's coming?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, yes, we're getting a very good response for our online survey. We're up over 700 responses now, which is a very good response, and we look forward to getting more input.
And what is the deadline for people to do the survey? 30th? Was it 30th?
I believe it's November 30th. And of course, we have our final open house tomorrow night at the John Rhodes.
Thank you.
Councillor Bretland.
One question, Mr. White. One of the options that if I were to go with any change, it would be this, that 6 councillors elected citywide and 6 per ward. Is that an option that is possible or ever considered?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, that type of representation is usually seen in Southern Ontario and part of a lower tier, upper tier system of government where your at-large councillors form both part of the lower tier municipalities government and are also sit on the regional council. The only single tier municipality that has a mixed representation like that is the city of Thunder Bay. The city of Thunder Bay has 5 councillors elected at large and 7 councillors elected by ward. They have that because of the historical underpinnings of how they came into being. It was 2 former cities, Port Arthur and Fort William, that were joined together, and they came up with that system to ensure that they had representation across the city, but also a certain amount of councillors who were elected at large to look after the whole new entity. It's not one personally that I would suggest or has seen uptake anywhere else within single-tier municipalities. Really, in a ward system, all councillors are supposed to be making their decisions with the best interests of the community as a whole. And certainly, even if you have a ward-specific issue, you have 2 councillors under our current system who can represent the needs of the constituents for that issue, but the other councillors who are not part of that ward are in effect acting as at-large councillors in that situation.
One more, Mr. Mayor. I suspect we're nearing the end of the consultation period. Out of the 700 that have responded, is there a general consensus? I'm hoping they'll go with the status quo, but where are we at the 700? replies.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Button, I haven't had the opportunity to sort through the data yet. I think we are getting a broad spectrum of thoughts on it, but that will be part of a future report to Council. Certainly, any recommendation this committee may make regarding that data will have to come back to Council and be part of a public meeting process. So that will be thoroughly reported out to Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor,
Sorry,
members-
I apologize. Councillor Manno did have his hand up here. Councillor Manno.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll be very quick. I'm going to just focus my questions more around the costs or the cost benefits of any type of a change. So I'm curious, obviously the paramount cost, if we were to reduce the number of councillors, is going to come from the remuneration alone, I would assume. And I would think that the next biggest cost saving would be potentially within elections. Is that a fair comment? If we reduce, let's say, the number of wards overall, we would have less cost elections-wise. Is that a fair?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, I don't believe you'd see a tremendous decrease in the cost of elections. Elections are usually costed out on a per eligible voter basis, and the eligible voters wouldn't necessarily be changing that much. If you had less wards, you would still have the same number of eligible voters. There'd just be more of them in each ward, and you would still have to plan your election and processes on that.
Okay.
I don't think it would affect that cost very much.
Are there any other areas of potential cost savings by reducing the number of councillors, aside from strictly the remuneration aspect of it?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, I'd be hesitant to go into too much detail right now until the committee has made a recommendation. Once the committee has been ready to bring a recommendation to you, that recommendation will be fully analyzed, and certainly any additional or decreased costs associated with it will be reported to you in detail.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, your next item is the consent agenda. I do know that Councillor Myers has a piece of correspondence that she wanted to review with you verbally prior to us entering into the consent agenda.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the clerk. This is actually an email that was received by Councillor Hollingsworth and myself and some of our engineering staff regarding the completion of Coulson Avenue construction project in Ward 2. And I asked the mayor's permission if I could read some excerpt from this, only because for two reasons. One, it's extremely well written from a constituent resident on Coulson Avenue. And secondly, it really captures well the spirit of what happens on these road reconstruction projects. And so I'm just going to take a few moments and read this and from the view of a street view, literally, of a resident on Coulson Avenue whose permission was given to me to do so. It's a couple named Pat and David Story, and they reside at 56 Coulson, as I said, with their permission. Pat and I would like to thank all the parties involved in the Coulson Avenue construction project during 2016. We reside at 56 Coulson Avenue. When the project started, being new to this type of thing, we had little or no idea how much was involved. It was an eye-opener to see excavations 15 feet deep, exposing sewer and drainage pipes, gas lines, the old coal gas lines, telephone poles, and other miscellaneous. It was amazing. Slogging around in shifting clay in raining weather and working through 90-plus temperatures really took perseverance by all the workers involved. The project started, it looked like chaos to us. Men, cars, trucks, excavators, front-end loaders moving around in every direction at abandon. As the project moved on, we realized that this was a highly coordinated effort by all those involved. It didn't just happen. It took place smoothly and with nary a hitch. They deserve big kudos for pulling this off so seemingly effortlessly. Judging by the end result, we'd say it was successful. Judging by the complexity of it all, we'd say it was not effortlessly at all, but from our perspective, skillfully done. The last point about this I want to highlight is they speak here about the communication with residents. This is actually a best practice that came forward from our engineering staff, Carl Rumiel and Don Elliott, a few years back, I'd say maybe 3-4 years ago. My 10 years on council, and I know others around the table would attest to it, for many, many years during these road reconstruction projects, you had all kinds of complaints from residents. They didn't know what was going on. They never knew from one moment to the next whether they could get in their driveway, they couldn't, and so on. In conclusion, what I'll quote here is that the stories have said, I think it is worth mentioning that residents, certainly these residents on Colson Avenue, my neighbors, ourselves, appreciated being involved by email. We were provided email by Don Strain. Don, I believe, is the general contractor retained by our engineering division through tender. So we felt we were in the know about the work being carried out and we're part of it rather than recipients of it. And I think it just captures really well. There's a lot of stress and upset and distress that happens to people during these road reconstruction projects that we all experience in all of our wards. But the stories were very, I think, typical of what happens. And they really had their eyes open, and they have great respect for our engineering staff who manage this through the general contractor and then the workers on the ground. So I just thought it was a good opportunity to share that and to thank our engineering staff, and certainly from our deputy CEO right on down, certainly our director of engineering and lead engineers on these projects. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. My in-laws actually live right beside the Tories, and I can attest that everybody I spoke to on Colson, including them, are very satisfied with the work that was done on this project, Mr. Elliott, and all my former neighbors on Upton Road were equally as complimentary of the work that happened on their street last year. So obviously some very good work coming out of your department, and we thank you for it. Mr. Clerk, I think we're on the consent agenda now.
That's correct.
So we have Councillor Fada.
Ask that 6.15 be pulled.
Okay, 6.15 will be separated from consent. Councillor Romano.
I would also like to speak to 6.14.
You can do that. We can start with that one if you like.
Sure. And there was also one other I would ask to be pulled.
Are you asking to speak to 6.14 or are you asking to pull it?
I will speak to 6.14. I wanted to have one pulled, and I apologize. I just lost the number. I had it at my fingertips. It was with respect to the tax policy.
6.5.
Long-term tax policy?
Oh, that's why, yes, 6.5, that's correct.
Okay, so you want that one pulled?
Yes, please.
Okay, so 6.5 and 6.15 will be pulled from consent. So, Councillor Romano, we can start with you, if you want to start with 6.14.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, obviously, we've got a report from our fire chief on the agenda today. I'll make a few comments with respect to that, as well as the resolution brought forward at item 6.14. As we're aware, October 26th of 2015 was when we went ahead with our fire realignment plan. Our fire association attended on that day and asked council to defer our realignment plan at that time until after an independent comprehensive risk assessment had been completed. Obviously, we as a council saw fit to move forward with the realignment nonetheless and did not acquiesce to the association's request. Amongst the many concerns that had been raised by our association at that time, there was one concern that had been raised with respect to the existing operating guidelines and concerns of having 4 versus 3-man crews and how that would work with respect to fighting a fire or conducting interior rescue. We have now come 2 years through the realignment process.
1 year. 1 year.
Well, 1 year, sorry, through the realignment process, and we recently, I'm sure everybody read in the media reports a few weeks back that there was an order on November 2nd issued by the Ministry of Labour. Just to paraphrase that order very simply put, it suggests that there's a difficulty or there's a lack of an operating guideline with respect to interior fire rescue and attack dealing with interior dwelling houses, which was one of the concerns that had in fact been raised by the association. Given that we now have this Ministry of Labour order in place that we must comply with by January 27th, I believe it is imperative for us as a council to, number one, ensure that we know that the ministry order is being followed and that there will be more than ample time for us to ensure that by January 27th of 2017 we are in compliance with the Ministry of Labour. Specifically, what they require from us is an operating guideline dealing with interior dwelling attack and rescue, and that our firefighters are trained with respect to that operating guideline. So first of all, the motion seeks to ensure that we are in a position to properly respond to the ministry and have our ducks in a row, so to speak, by the launch date of January 27th. The second aspect of the resolution deals with the concern raised at that first meeting and really from the Fire Association ever since then, was that we obtained an independent risk assessment. We as a council and through our staff have said numerous times in the past that it is our intention to obtain a comprehensive risk assessment, retaining an independent party to do that for us once the fire realignment plan was concluded, which was expected to be at the end of 2018. Given that we've already indicated we're going to get this report, this assessment done, given that we know we want to conduct the assessment and we want to do it at the end of the realignment plan, it appears to me that there's no real justifiable reason at this stage to delay getting the report, or the assessment, I should say, at this time. We're 1 year into realignment. There's still another few years to go. Is my position at this time, and I'm asking this council to see fit to move this matter forward and have the comprehensive risk assessment done at the earliest opportunity in 2017. Clearly, there was a concern that has been highlighted by the ministry, and I believe when you combine that with the concerns raised by the association and the fact that we are in this realignment process and that it was a fairly swift process, I would suggest that we should move forward and get that reassessment done at the earliest opportunity to ensure that we are doing everything we can to ensure that our firefighters are safe and our public is safe. Those would be, I believe, all of my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we're in the consent agenda. We're on item 6.14. Do we have any questions for the chief on item 6.14? We'll start with Councillor Bruni, then we'll go to Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the chief. I have a list of questions here just by reading the report here. I guess I'll start off with your callback system, because you do have it in your report. Do you have a callback system in place now? Do you have a procedure for this, for calling out men on OT?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, yes, we do. That is a platoon chief decision. When the platoon chief believes he needs additional personnel in, he has that delegated authority to make that call. He does not need to call one of the senior officers. He can make that call at the time.
Okay, so there's no the only procedure is the platoon chief calls if extra men is required at a fire, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, whether there's a fire or whether there's an excessive number of calls that he believes he wants to have additional resources on the ground, that's at his discretion to make the call.
Okay. For injuries, in 2014, there's 4 injuries. 2015, there's 6. 2016, we have 9 injuries. Is this due to the reduced staff that's in place right now? Or just, we'll say bad luck, I guess?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Bruni, yes, and the numbers are up. They're minor injuries. We're further delving into it with HR as well. We had in 2015 and 2016, obviously 2 serious injuries, which resulted in lost time. In 2016, yes, we did have an increase in minor injuries, but if you look at the categories, they're strained and trips throughout the top of the first 3 years. So I don't have an answer why those are up until we have a further delineation through HR, looking through the WSIB claims.
Okay. For your total calls, 2014 it was 2616, 2015 it was 2482. In 2016, is this an estimated amount that you've provided, 2,400? What is it presently, or would you know what it is presently? This is projected to the end of the year.
So you don't have the figures of what it is as of
Approximately, it's 2,300, 2,300.
2,300, so 100 calls are within, I guess, eh? Residential fires, in 2014, you had 38, 2015 is 51, 2016 is 46. Is that estimated also, or is that actual as of this past?
14 and 15 are from our previous records, through Mr. Mayor to Councilor Bruni, are from our previous records. 2016 numbers are till the end of September.
So you have 46 fires until the end of September?
Yes.
So this, well, let's hope it doesn't surpass the 2015. In one of your presentations in the past, you said there was approximately eight members to retire. In 2016, it says here 11 more members will retire. Is that correct? No?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, we had from from January of 2015 to June of 2016, we had 8 members retire.
And how many will be eligible for retirement for 2017?
Okay, moving forward, we've had one retiree this month.
Yes.
Where until we get actual signed documentation to speculate on how many will retire, we have 3 that will come to an age where they're 60 and they must retire. The other ones, it is optional for them to retire.
Okay. So these positions that they will not be filled at all, correct?
Under the...
And not including EMS, because I totally understand.
The question is, will they, as firemen retire, will they hire suppression officer firemen to replace them? That's the question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, under the original plan passed last year by this council, those will now be attrition and not replaced or reallocated.
So in your report, it says average total firefighters on scene. And that's where I guess I'm a little bit confused because, and this is page 3, if you want to refer that, I believe it's table 8, fire response time information. So I'm looking at your average response time has dropped by approximately 30 seconds. Initial firefighters on scene is 10, but average total firefighters on scene is 16. And the number of call-ins to backfill, 7. So call-ins is that overtime?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni, yes, that's under the call-in provision instituted by the platoon chief.
So we're getting more than 13 firefighters on the scene. Because here it says 16. It's 16. And then do you include the call-ins? No. I'm just a little bit confused on that. I'm not...
Well, so Chief, do you understand where Councilor Bruni might have some confusion? And if you do, could you perhaps explain the chart in that respect?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Bruni. The initial call out to a fire involves 10 firefighters. In the event that we have a significant working fire and we have to have a call-in, then the platoon chief calls in, and at that point, we have 16 on scene.
Okay, so the number of call-ins to backfill is 7.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor, that's correct. So those 7 come in addition to the 10 on scene and the 13. The other 3 members already on duty
to backfill, to cover off the initial fire, as well as to continue, because we still have calls during that period of time that need to be responded to while the fire is being dealt with. Okay.
Personally, I guess, can I say a comment?
Are you done your questions?
I'm pretty well done, yeah, for now.
Why don't you,
I'll
wrap
wait.
up
Okay,
your
I'll wait.
questions and then
I'll
we'll
wait.
save comments, yeah.
Yeah.
Because we have other, Councillor Hoopanen? Sorry, no, I have Councillor Hollingsworth first, and then I have Councillor Hoopanen. I have you too, Councillor Fowler.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, to Chief. Just three quick questions. If I am understanding this correctly, when I read your report, and I know in the past a lot of people seem to concern about the comprehensive risk assessment, but if I understand this correctly, it seems that as you're going through the realignment, you are linking back to the Ministry of Community Safety and Corrections guidelines to, I believe, to ensure our safety. And I also believe when I read your report that meantime, you're doing ongoing reviews, you're doing simplified risk assessment all through this process. Is that correct? Did I read that correctly?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, that's correct.
Okay, so by doing that, you are always considering the safety of our citizens.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bruni, that is correct.
Okay. And one other question, going back to the calls with EMS. For the last 3 years, if I read your report correctly and help me out, the calls for EMS services, that means paramedics, have increased by, can you give us an idea, percentage or numbers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, on average, we've had a growth rate of almost 6% in EMS calls over the past 5 years. If you look at the table on page 5, from 2014 to an estimated value that for the end of this year, we've gone from roughly 12,000 to 13,300 in 3 years.
So in 3 years, we've jumped that high for paramedics to come to someone's house with an ambulance. And if it's on my understanding reading your report, in the past, people would be calling for the ambulance and they'd be waiting and waiting and waiting. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Holling, that is correct. If you look at the overall change on the EMS side, we had a situation where at least once a day, before we made these changes, we had no ambulances available in the whole city. Through 2014 through to now, with the realignment of existing resources, we no longer have a situation where we have no ambulances available.
Okay. So to summarize it, one last question, if I understand this correctly. So our EMS services have been increased to make sure the safety of our citizens requiring medical attention is properly serviced. And if I understand correctly, you have and continue to be in conversation with the Ministry of Community Safety and Corrections, along with doing simplified risk assessments to ensure that the fire safety for our citizens is your top concern. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, yes, of course. That's our primary objective is all the safety of the firefighters and safety of the community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Hollingsworth. We have Councillor Huppanen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the Chief. I'm on the operations portion of the report, and the question that keeps coming back to my mind is the call-ins to backfill. The platoon chief has the right to call in when he needs someone there. What worries me, though, is how quickly can he get these people called in if there is a significant fire? And I guess my question is, during that time that it takes to get the calls in to these people that are on call, are there any lives at risk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth, the way the system is set up now, we have 13 on duty, which will do the initial response, pending waiting for additional calls as required. Again, I need to emphasize the whole gist of where we moved from last year was our response time is very good, but at the end of the day, if you don't have a smoke alarm in your home and an escape plan, it doesn't matter how fast we get there, we're not going to help you. We need to shift our whole idea of saving people's lives in the fire to public education. And we none of us would get into a car without a seatbelt, yet many of us go to sleep every single night without a working smoke alarm. That is the crux of the matter. That is the problem. We have a 4-minute response time and a fire that is going unchecked. In 2 minutes, you're going to be asphyxiated, and carbon monoxide adheres to your system 500 times more than oxygen. You're not going to get out, and you're probably not going to survive. I know that sounds harsh, but that's the reality of people dying in fires.
I think Councillor Huppenen's, no one's challenging that, Chief, but I think Councillor Huppenen's question is, so we have 13 at any given time that we could dispatch to a fire. If the platoon chief determines that the platoon chief needs more than 13, what's our lag time there? I think that's what you're getting at, right, Councillor Huppenen? So the platoon chief in his discretion says, geez, I'm going to need 16 men. What are we looking at to get the other 3 men in the hall? Is that taking 20 minutes, taking a half an hour, is it taking 40 minutes? I think that's what Councillor Huppenen is trying to get at. I recognize your point that we need to get people educated on smoke alarms and fire prevention.
Right, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hupenen. I'll have to get those numbers for you, but again, based on who's called in and how fast they respond to the station or to the scene, it could be anywhere from 4 to 5 minutes. It could be 15 minutes. To compare that to the previous setup where we had 16 on duty or 17 on duty, once that next truck goes in, we still need an additional, based on the numbers, that we need an additional 3 or 4. The time to call in is still the same.
Yeah.
Still a lag time.
The difference is those first 3 to 4.
Sure.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Sure.
I don't understand how the platoon chief can call in one of his folks on call and have them there in 4 or 5 minutes. I mean, it takes 30 seconds to make a call, and they live somewhere, who knows how far from the fire. I'm just not sure if I'm understanding how this...
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hupenen, the response times will vary. They will be from anywhere from 4 minutes to 15 minutes, depending on who gets a call, who is available to be called.
Okay. All right, that's fine. Thank you, Chief.
Councillor Fada.
I'm just looking at the chart here regarding the staffing. So it indicates in 2017, 2018, EMS will be at 48, fire suppression will be at 68. You mentioned there's a number of firefighters that are currently able to retire, but they have not yet retired, so that means that they could be around several years. Of course, it depends on their age. If they turn 60, that's mandatory, but conceivably, we could end up with more firefighters and the full complement of EMS, where we're still carrying over firefighters that would be lost through attrition, but they'll still be there because they still have the opportunity to keep working.
I don't think so, because I don't believe that the chief is going to continue hiring on the one side without
No, I'm
attrition
not really
on the
saying
other.
hire. I'm saying ones that can retire but choose not to. They're going to be hanging around.
Well, that's their choice.
No, but what I'm looking at the cost implications. I'm looking at the cost. Cost is part of this whole conversation, Mr. Mayor. You have hired these individuals for EMS. They are on board. They are employees. So I guess my concern is, well, again, I'm trying to understand, make it clear that as a member of this council, I do value the opinion of the fire chief. I value his reputation. I value his expertise. We have relied on the fire chief in terms of guiding us through this process. But at the end of the day, we're also concerned with costs. So my question would be,
I think here's your question. Chief, or what you're trying to get at is whether the head count, the FTEs in the department is going up? Is that what you're asking?
What I'm concerned with, and I'll pose it as like this. If we're going through this whole process of whether we're going to have an assessment done, whether we meet the standards of the Ministry of Labor, and say that through all this, we lose the case, and we have to bring the number of firefighters back to the original complement, we're going to be faced with a large expense. At the end of the day, this city is facing a large expense. If we have to, in the case of where we have to go back to what we had, say through all this, like as we're speaking right now, we're getting emails from the association telling us to watch out for what might be said or how it's said, giving us the indication that we're being misled. And I do not sit here right now thinking that I'm being misled. But we have to have our faith in you through this process that we're going through. But at the end of the day, if we lose the case, we're going to end up going back to the same number of firefighters, and we're going to have all these extra EMS staff. This city is facing a large expense. Is that correct, Mr. Mayor?
Well, you're talking about a hypothetical, though, Councillor
Well,
Fata.
not really. I mean,
well, you are. You are, because ultimately
not necessarily, Councillor Myers.
Councillor Fata, right now, there's one thing that's happened, which is this council's approved the realignment plan. So that's what's ongoing. If, as a result of information that we come into, either through information that we seek or information that's given to us, we have to reassess what we're doing, and there are costs to that, well, then we'll have to reassess what we're doing, and there are costs to that. But you're talking about that as a theoretical, and we're not there, and we don't know.
We're not far from that, Mr. Mayor.
Well, that might be the case, but then, like, we can't talk right now about decisions that we may or may not have to make in the future. And that's what you're wanting to do. You're wanting to talk about potential expenses in the future.
I'm just saying that we have to, we expect the unexpected. But the last vote I recall on this issue was 8-4. All it takes is 2 or 3 to change that to 7-6.
Sure, and like, we're a democratic body, and if the majority of this body decided to change course, then we'd have to deal with the consequences of that, and we'd have to discuss the consequences of that. But my point to you is, there's no discussing that until it happens. And if you think that the body's going to change course, then like, if that happens to be the case, then like a decision will be made at that time. But I don't think you can ask the fire chief and the CEO to talk about expenses that they don't have to deal with right now.
No, it's just that, Mr. Mayor, it's just that what concerns me, I mean, we're trying to do the best for everyone concerned here, but we're dealing with a struggle here between management and union, and we're caught in the middle of it. So now we're being bombarded from one side, and then we're being bombarded. We're being given what we feel, some of us feel, are the facts from the fire chiefs, and we're being bombarded steadily. Yeah. And this is going to continue, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to be faced with something shortly down the road, and I mean, it just scares me to think what could be the end result.
But in the here and now, what's your question to the fire chief on his report that's before you?
No, it just seemed like this report and 8.1 seem to be overlapped, because Councilor Romano mentioned about this assessment that he wants to encourage us, and in the 8.1 it states that
I know Councilor Romano spoke to his motion in the consent agenda. And as a result of him doing that, when we get to his motion, like, you can speak to it then, but let's not speak to Councilor Romano's motion until we're into 8.
Okay, that's fine, Mr. Mayor.
So you can.
Intend to do it in that fashion. It was just an error on my part.
Councillor Christian.
Wrong motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Question through you to the fire chief. I think you've explained this before, but there's so much information being passed back and forth. I just want to be clear on something. Is there a hard and fast rule when and I don't know if this is something that's mandated by another body or what, but what is the rule when it comes to internal attack? Does there have to be 4 firefighters on the scene to, I think you once explained that you've got somebody organizing, one guy hooking up the hoses. Can two people, if there are two additional people, could those two people enter the building? Because the last time we talked about this, I think you said that that's not necessarily the case. The reason why I asked that question is we've gone from 4 to 3, and I'm not sure that at 3, I'm sure that at 3 we can't enter a building, but if there were 4 on the trucks, could 2 people enter that fire?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Christian, from a purely technical point of view, before you make a full-fledged interior attack, you need to have what they call a rapid intervention team, so, primarily a backup team in case the first team gets in trouble. So with whether you have 4 in a truck or 3 in a truck, you need to have 6 on scene to do a proper full interior attack. You need to have your initial attack team. Right. You need to have your backup team, which is first is 2, the second is 2. You need to have an incident commander, which in this case is usually your captain, is your first on scene. And you need somebody who's running the pump, running the truck, providing the water to the 2 lines. So technically, to do a full-scale interior attack, you need to have 6 people.
Have we ever gone in with 4 people on the scene?
I'll speak for my mayor, Mr. Mayor, to council. I'll speak my own personal experience. There's where the discretion comes in. If you believe you can make a very quick attack inside to get somebody who is, say, for example, 6 to 10 feet inside the door.
Right.
We all do it because you're trained to it, and you don't want to see anybody go down if you can do something. But you would never go up into a second floor. You would never go into a basement without those 6 on scene to protect yourself. It's one thing if you see something at a doorway, but to go into uncharted territory, to the back of a house, to a second floor, to a basement, that's not safe.
Yeah, and please understand the intent of my questions, because my question then would be, if there's 3 on the scene and there's somebody inside the doorway, will one person go in because they're making a professional decision and using their professional discretion and judgment that they can quickly run in, grab that person, and come out? Does that happen?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Christian, yes, it does.
If the technical is 6 people on scene, are there any penalties, any reprimands if you enter a fire with less than 6 on the scene? Is it you're not supposed to do that, congratulations, you saved a life, or what happens there? I'm just trying to understand the dynamic.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Christian, those type of what we call snatch and grab rescues happen within, for example, 2 body lengths of the doorway or an entranceway or a window. So roughly 2 to 3 meters. Okay. So somebody who went and took that chance, you would clearly caution that, that could have been dangerous. However, you're balancing off. Again, that's the discretion, the professional discretion that the firefighters and the officers have, that we allow them to use that discretion. And the discretion also goes the other way, that if you know somebody's trapped in a basement and is trapped on the 2nd floor, and you only have 4 people there, you're not going to make that entry until that second truck arrives with your backup team.
Has that always been the...
That's the standard operating, how you operate at a fire scene for rescue.
For Sault Ste. Marie as well.
Yes.
I have some other questions, but they're related to the resolution.
Okay. Thank you for waiting to the resolution. Councillor Kramaric.
Thank you, Mayor Provenzano, and to the fire chief. Just so I'm a little bit more clear on what's going on there with the manning, and it comes to on table A, and when we talk about the initial firefighters on the scene, and I see there's a number of 10, and then I see the average of total firefighters on this scene, and it says 16, and I'm talking in year 2016, and the number of calls in to backfill, and it says 7. So, of all the fires we had to date in 2016, are we calling people out and paying overtime to backfill?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Kramaric. Those refer to when we have a working fire and we need additional resources at the fire in order to maintain the overall assignment on duty to respond to all the other calls. So in that category, we have 13 on duty We call in another 7 on overtime, only for those times where we have these large working fires. And in 2016, from the time of the initial realignment last October until the end of September, that amounted to $15,000 in overtime.
15,000. And how many of these here large fires have we had?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Kompadich, if you go to page 6, table D. We've had a total of 4, and up to end of September of this year, from beginning of November of last year, when the realignment began. We've had a total of 46 residential fires. That in regards to houses that, or apartment buildings, places where people actually live. We've had 46, and those numbers delineate down based on damage. So at 12 of those fires, we had no damage. 12, we had from 1 to 2,500 in damage. 10 of them had from 2,501 to 25,000. 8 had 25,001 to 100,000, and 4 were 100,000 and over.
Okay, thank you. And when we have the call-outs and the people are called out to work the overtime, are we violating any health and safety rest periods that they're supposed to be having prior to being called out for overtime?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Kompadich, no, we're not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have Councilor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Most of my questions have been asked, but I just want to pick up on 3 that I've got. Councilor Fada was asking about when numbers are being reduced, and I think you had mentioned in an earlier response that a number of people are eligible to retire in 2017, but that you're not sure when they're going to. Is that, did I understand that correctly? Or if they're going to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor, that's correct.
But there's also a mandatory retirement age, is there not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Shoemaker, yes, there is. At age 60, they must retire.
So at the end of 2018, which is I think when our fire realignment plan was supposed to be completely implemented, what would our numbers be based only on mandatory retirement? Do you know?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Shoemaker, I believe of the remaining 12, I believe 8 of them are mandatory. I'll confirm those with you.
Okay, thank you. Picking up on Councillor Hupinen's questions about response times when people are called in, are our firefighters who are employed by fire services, are they required to live in our city limits?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, no, they're not.
Okay. So if someone was being called from, if they lived in St. Joe's Island or something, they would obviously take longer to get there. Would they be further on the call list? How's that work?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, the calls would be made out to get the closest people that initially in that could be contacted and asked to come in.
Okay. And then Councillor Christian was asking some good questions on the numbers of people that are going in. You talked about doing these quick rescues. If someone goes in for a quick rescue and injures themselves while doing so, and whether there was 3 or 4 or 5 on the scene, who faces potential liability, or does anyone face potential liability if someone goes in and hurts themselves when there weren't 6 people on the scene?
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, in that case, they would have a WSIB claim, and WSIB would cover that claim.
I see.
Regardless.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Those are the extent of the questions.
Any other questions for the chief on 6.15? Seeing none, any other matters in the consent agenda? Oh, that was 6.14, I apologize. Any other matters in the consent agenda? Councillor Fada?
6.4 pulled? No,
6.4 was not pulled. 6.5 was pulled.
Could I?
Yeah, you can go on 6.4, Councillor Fada.
If I may, yeah, and just a couple of things. Just one simple question. If we leave that alone and we are approving, obviously we are approving it, Does that mean that that's already approved? It won't be part of supplementary? Those are approved, and those, we are passing that? If this doesn't get questioned tonight, it says to be approved. So I just want to be clear on that.
Yep, it approved as recommended, so we'll give it to the clerk and he can clarify that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata. You would be approving the report and approving the amounts that would be on there. However, if you just, I'm just going to pull up the appendix on it. It notes on the appendix, Councillor Fata, that council can move to amend these during budget deliberations. So you are approving what's recommended right now, but certainly until you approve the entire budget, everything is open to council's discretion.
Mr. Mayor, the one that stands out for me is the amount for the Crime Stoppers, because my understanding was that there was some discussion that that might fall under the police services budget, and that it wouldn't come out of the general levy. That was one concern I had there. By just looking at that, I'm saying, well, wasn't that discussed? Wasn't there some discussion about that falling under the budget for police services?
I don't believe that, I don't believe that the police services took responsibility for that amount. We can get some clarity from that for you. I think Councillor Myers asked them to, but I don't believe they ever did. So, yeah.
I just have a question on that, if I may, and I know there probably won't be an answer because it's the purpose of Crime Stoppers. We know, we all believe and all, I think, believe that it is the case that we are saving dollars by saving on probably hours and hours of investigation because of Crime Stoppers working so successfully. But the thing about Crime Stoppers is that in terms of the budget for police services, what I have to wonder is that there's savings, but how do we see those savings? Like, and I know you can't come up with a figure because it varies from month to month and from year to year, but because of Crime Stoppers, the police budget is being saved thousands and thousands of dollars probably because of the amount of work that they would otherwise have to do to find to solve a case. Let's say it kind of it would result in a lot of savings for police services. I guess what I'm trying to say is that where does that savings come out? Is it in the following year's budget because they saved X number of dollars because Crime Stoppers got them to solve a case earlier and with much less cost?
No. I don't know how to answer your question, Councillor Fata.
Yeah, no, I guess
it decreases the amount of work that the police services has to do, but we can't quantify that.
No, I know I can't. No. I'm just saying that is something that I think we certainly have to appreciate. But anyway, yeah, that's fine. That's it.
Okay. So on the consent agenda, Councillor Myers. Is it on the same matter, Councillor Kapotic? No. Okay. On the same matter, Councillor Butler? No. No. Okay, Councillor Myers.
Okay, my first one, I've got a couple on consent here. The first one is 6.7, the visual identity policy. And bottom line is that, Mr. Mayor, I just want to, actually it's a comment, not a question. Should I go now?
It just may as well.
Okay. There's been a tremendous amount of work that's been done on this by our city staff, and I want to commend our Deputy Clerk, Manager of Corporate Services, Laurie Ballstadt, as the two leads, I think, that our clerk would attest to. I've certainly had the privilege of being involved from the very beginning of the very lengthy process of getting our official coat of arms. That's been 7 years coming. The corporate logo, of course, is actually fairly emotional for me because it's 20 years now that our Sault Ste. Marie City Naturally Gifted branding logo was created. And Brian Brooks was the creator at the time when we did this through the EDC. I was the marketing manager. And I just really wanted to draw the attention to this because Brian Brooks was very highly respected in the field of marketing and development of identities in Canada. And he told me at the time when the Sault Ste. Marie branding was established, he said, the round center logo, the day will come when that is what you will use as your corporate identity, he said, because it's like Nike. They never use the word. It's just a check mark. Everyone knows it's Nike.
It's a swoosh.
It's a swoosh. So 20 years later, we've arrived, and that's our corporate identity. So I just really want to commend our staff. It's been a long time coming. This is a very exciting, excellent report and policy development that our clerk, Deputy CEO of Corporate Services and so on have all been part of doing. And it's an imagery that we've come into and grown into. So I wanted to thank our staff. I don't think that people really appreciate the amount of work that's gone into this and for many, many, many years. I look around this table, there's a lot of people in this room, our solicitor and others who know about the coat of arms and the long struggle. And this, I guess we'll have to figure out in the future what we're going to do with what's behind you there, because this is not an official coat of arms. It's a crest that was used that does not meet the heraldry standards. And our Governor General of Canada, our own David Johnson, is the one who issues these. And it was really critically important to our staff, particularly to Rachel, that we get an official coat of arms. And we're there. And I think the report's beautifully laid out. It explains very clearly the visual identity of a coat of arms, your shield from the coat of arms, and then the corporate logo. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I really wanted to thank our staff. It's a lot of work.
Okay, anybody else on that matter, visual identity? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Milne.
My question is for our clerk. With respect to the resolution that was passed at the last meeting, there was some concerns raised about, through the mayor's report, with respect to our branding strategy. And in large part, this relates to that. So we were talking about at the last meeting of council, there was a resolution by myself and Councillor Christian with respect to that branding and with respect to sort of the identity we have moving forward. If we're going to be reviewing that process, and not take away anything from where we already are at with respect to our logo, flag, et cetera, doesn't that sort of share a stark contrast with this resolution, I suppose, in terms of if there's going to be a changeover, if there is potentially a change, how do we, is that just going to be adopted through this process? I'm just trying to sort of get a sense of how what we heard at the last meeting versus this, how do we balance that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, while you may in the future adopt something else as a community brand, you may have a movement afoot to do that, or you may not. What would happen is if something such as that evolved in the future, then we would have to look back at our visual identity policy and either amend it or come up with new recommendations for you as to what we do as a corporation. For right now, though, this is an evolution that makes sense. Certainly you have it in front of each of you on our new city flag, and it is something that can be implemented at fairly reasonably, because our intention is to implement it over time as things are replaced. Likely your only large cost on the item, and it won't be a huge cost, it would be to replace the coat of arms behind us, which we would have to do in any event because the coat of arms is approved. All we are doing is sorting out what corporate logo we can use, detailing that it's going to be for outward-facing things. So where we, in the past, have used a coat of arms on the side of a vehicle, for instance, it's probably not the best use of a coat of arms. We will now use the corporate logo.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else on that policy? 6.7. Any other matters, Councillor Myers? I have all the other councillors who've raised their hands.
6.8, Employee Innovation Program. Again, really very, very good report. And here again, comment, senior staff undertakes the 3-month brainstorming. I think City Council needs to be ready to act and implement and not put off and wait. We need to be reactive to those who are on our front line without dissecting to death what comes forward, or we will be spinning our wheels. I really think Thunder Bay captures what I envisioned. In fact, our staff do this already without reward. They simply do it due to pride they have as city employees. So I'm really happy to see a recognition that is appropriate, and I look forward to the outcome of this. But I really am saying as a caution to council, let's not dissect it to death. Let's let staff do it. They're on the front line. Let's let them come back to us, and let's get moving. So good report, good information.
On 6.8, I also have Shoemaker and Christian. So Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through you to the clerk. I read the report and then I reread it. I wasn't exactly sure what the Employee Innovation Program is going to be. You said what Thunder Bay's was and what Guelph's was, and then I see that the recommendation is to implement something over a 3-month period, but what is it that you're going to do?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, what we intend to do, should you approve this tonight, is roll out a program that would be particularly identified to our frontline staff. We do get a lot of innovation, a lot of suggestions from our non-union personnel and from bargaining unit and frontline employees that are sometimes in a smaller area, smaller functional area, so they have a greater ease of communication with their supervisors. Where we saw a gap is in the ability for all frontline staff to get suggestions or potential innovations through to a point where they could be considered by senior management especially, and really have them looked into as to what the results could be for the corporation. We are intending to roll this out in conjunction with the efforts we're making on the budget. It says you'll discuss with the budget later tonight. It's not a particularly good budget year for us. We have already been getting a number of suggestions just based on usual processes, but we want to roll out something associated with the budget process that helps us target, gets the input from the frontline staff, and allows us to give proper consideration to those and report back to you in a 3-month time frame. We're also hoping that going through this exercise will help inform us on what we might possibly do with an ongoing program.
So that's helpful. Thank you. I guess you said you identified a gap where some of the frontline staff wasn't getting their suggestions up to supervisory or management position type overseers. What's changing now? What are you going to be asking them directly, or are you going to say, here's a card, drop it off at your manager's office? How's that going to work?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, we're going to have to use a variety of methods. We do have some options open to us that we've used in the past for employee satisfaction and wellness surveys. Because we have a very diverse employment base and not everyone has access to computers at work, we'll have to have a very broad brush approach for them, and we'll be working with the managers of those functional areas to ensure that we're doing everything possible to get the message through to staff. Yes, it will be rolled out as a specific item to be communicated to staff, so there will be a model to it. It may well align with a concept that we might be bringing forth at budget consideration, and that's why I'm somewhat vague about the exact shape of the program.
Okay. Okay. I get what you're saying. There's more to it, and it's coming forward at budget. With respect to an ongoing program, is it the idea that you'll see how what worked best here and then implement it as an ongoing? Is that the
Through you,
intent?
Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers, one of the difficulties with employee innovation programs, and if you do a search on them, you'll see that many of them are purely recognition programs. They're recognizing innovation that's always happening, and certainly we always have a certain degree of innovation happening within the corporation. The programs that I attached as examples, certainly the City of Guelph's program was very flashy, but very, very in-depth and put a huge degree of burden on any staff proposing an idea to have to defend it and prove it. A program such as the City of Thunder Bays, which has been ongoing for some time, the problem with having an ongoing program is you really have to look at ways to dress it up, refresh it, and make it current to keep the staff engaged. I know in my conversations with the City of Thunder Bay on this program said they're just about to do that. They have to look at it, they have to refresh it because it can become stale very quickly. Another challenge with programs, and this was alluded to by Councillor Myers, is you can have staff for very good ideas that would have very good results, but they're not always accepted at the council level. Now, council obviously is representing their constituents when they make those decisions, but it certainly can be something that staff don't see as a positive outcome to their suggestions when they aren't received. So you have to be very careful with the whole program. And it's our feeling that we may look at something that's better done as a series of programs rather than one static program that is just used on and on.
Okay, thanks. And last question.
Leave a question for Councillor Christian.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Questions I wanted to ask have been answered, whether it was going to be an ongoing, which I think it should be at some point, and exactly what the program's going to be. So I'm done.
Oh, there you go.
If I may, is there going to be the opportunity to, I thought you were going to get to this one, Councillor Christian, but is there going to be an opportunity for people to submit something anonymously in case they feel uncomfortable putting their name to it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, yes, that's another reason why we aren't into a whole amount of detail about how we're going to get this out and how we're going to receive input, because to really get as much input as you possibly can get, you have to give them the opportunity. Some people may want to be associated with their idea, others may want it to be purely anonymous, so we have to allow for all those eventualities.
Okay, thank you.
On the same matter, we have Councillor Romano and then Councillor Hollingsworth on this matter. Yeah.
Just one question, Mr. Mayor, for our clerk. It sounds like this is still really at the incubation stage, this program. So are we confident that it will be rolled out in the first quarter of 2017?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, yes, as I said, we do have innovation and creativity going along all the time in our corporation. We actually have had a tremendous amount of suggestions concerning the budget, some which we're able to implement and bring to you as part of your deliberations on December 5th. Others, as alluded to in the user fee report, require more in-depth, a more in-depth look, and it is our intention to bring third-party help in the first quarter of next year to assist us in developing a model, particularly with revenue generation. But I have no concerns about being able to roll this out and have reporting back to you within the first quarter of 2017.
Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Hubinen. Sorry, Hollingsworth, apologize.
Just a quick comment, just to wrap this up. Kudos. Well done in bringing this program. And we as a council are purely more governance. So I just want to basically say thank you. And I know your staff and others will put some great points together for us to consider, and well done. We're looking and we're heading more towards a corporate, and I know working outside CIBC and other companies, great benefits from morale to revenue and so forth. So again, we're governance, so keep up the good work.
We have Krampadich on this matter also.
And Mayor Provenzano, just a few comments, if I may.
Sure.
Because I also had this on 6.8 on my item to discuss. And so with this here program, I think it's a good program also. But having said that, we got all the departments right now, they're looking at every kind of efficiency that they can find. And I would expect that each department right now is speaking with their employees and with their supervisors, right up to the department head, and looking at all that. So I'm kind of confused on something that we already have. Where is this going with? And at the end of the day, who's going to determine whether or not an individual request is going to succeed or not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Krampadich. This program will be more tailored to address the gap in input. As you state, you are correct. There are many ideas and many innovations coming along all the time from staff, and those conversations are occurring with staff over budget pressures. However, we did feel there's a potential gap for our frontline staff to get their input up. Sometimes they may feel uncomfortable in providing that input directly to a supervisor. They may rather do it anonymously through a central collection avenue. As stated in the report, all ideas will be considered by the senior management team, and those that are promising will be investigated further. Those that may have, in all honesty, sometimes you will get a suggestion from a frontline staff who is unaware of other impediments to it. Maybe they're not aware of the legalities around the suggestion that would prevent it from being carried out. There are all sorts of things that can happen. In those cases, you would still have them looked at, but you would have a reporting back to those staff who've identified themselves as being the ones behind the suggestion as to why they can't proceed further. And as I mentioned, as part of this program that's being suggested, you will have a full reporting of what we've received and how it's been analyzed.
So at the end of the day, council's the one that's going to make the determination whether it succeeds or not?
No.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Krampadich, I don't believe all suggestions or ideas that we will get will involve items that would be brought right up to a council level for a decision. They certainly may be reported to council as to what we've decided at a staff level, but there may well be some that do rise up to and need council approval before they proceed.
So the municipal clerk is going to determine whether that suggestion is good or not?
No, he said the senior management team, Joe. The clerk has said twice now the senior management team is going to assess this. That's not us, that's not him, it's the senior management team.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're done. We've exhausted that one. Councillor Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Moving on quickly to 6.9, Mayor's Committee on Celebrate Canada 150. I simply want to acknowledge the work of Virginia McLeod as the staff lead, and there's many others at CSD, Margaret Hazelton, Kathy Fisher, Rick, who've all been involved. We will be back early in the new year with a more specific report around Mosaic Project and also around funding that's been applied for. We should know by then. Mr. Mayor, if I could, I'd like to just invite Virginia, if there's anything that she really wants to say. Her report's there as well. Councillor Hoopin and I are council's lead on this, and just wanted to really acknowledge her work. She's kept this driven for us.
Any questions for Ms. McLeod on Canada 150? Councillor Fada? Okay.
We are applying for funding for this project. We are applying to FedNor, And FedNor only for this project?
No, there's been many applications. I'll let Virginia.
Go ahead, Ms. McLeod.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata. We have tapped into all of the funding opportunities that we can for the event funds. There was funding through the Ontario 150 for celebrations, as well as partnerships, which we applied to both of those. And we just submitted our application to Celebrate Canada for 2017. We anticipate that we're going to hear about the Ontario funding by the end of this year, and the Celebrate Canada funding will probably receive some type of acknowledgement with that fund sometime in March of 2017.
Just to follow up, can I safely assume that local taxpayers are not going to be asked for any funding for this project?
There's no new funding requests attached to this. We've got existing funds from other, like Celebrate 100 and things like that, that's left over. And that's what we're using. If you read the report, you'll see the
I think it doesn't increase the levy.
There's nothing. There's no new funding being asked for this.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, on that, I just wanted to again acknowledge the work of Virginia. She's been keeping this moving forward. And I do encourage staff to please read the reports. There's one from her, one from Judy and I as the chairs, and just so you know what's going on, because we're almost at Agenda 150.
Okay. Are those your matters in the consent agenda, Councillor?
No, I told you I had 3. Next one. The next one is 6.13 McNabb Street, PIM, drainage improvement. And Mr. Elliott is still here. Again, it's just to say thank you. This is tremendous news for all the affected in those areas from historical flooding. Again, it's something that's been a big issue in Ward 2. Just really grateful to see this moving forward.
Okay. No one else in 6.13? Last one, Councillor Myers, and then
That's
move on.
right. It's 6.18, and I'm afraid I won't be the only one on this likely. But again, just really glad to see this report. It's just an excellent step to protect our residents, particularly those who are vulnerable. I did have a call last year from an elderly lady on Wellington Street who is most distressed and upset about a fellow who had come to her door and was trying to sell something to her. And I assured her that by no means did she have to, have to carry on a conversation with this fellow, and I called the police and we dealt with it. So just really happy to see it because it is a big issue in our community. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, anybody else in 6.18, the peddler's bylaw? Seeing none, we can move
good.
on. Just so council is aware, on my list for consent agenda, I have Shoemaker, Compadich, and Butland left. Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see that there's a request for you to travel to Ottawa, and I'm wondering what that's for. That's this month.
I just feel like it, Councillor Shoemaker. As you're aware, NOLA met here, and one of the takeaways from that was the NOLA mayors have kind of elevated the issue of FedNor and the fact that the FedNor funding has been significantly declining, particularly under the last government. And there's only $31 million portion of FedNor. The other economic development agencies throughout the country have much more significant funds regionally and per capita. So we think there's a real inequity there that we're trying to address. And on the meetings were set up by Mayor Black and Mayor Bigger as a result of our discussions here. And we are meeting with the Northern Ontario Caucus on, I fly out tomorrow night, back Wednesday night, so everything is being done on Wednesday. We would meet with the Northern Ontario Caucus on Wednesday morning. We also were able to get a meeting with Minister Baines, who's responsible for that funding envelope. So we'll be meeting with him. And so we're on the Hill to, frankly, lobby to increase the funding and attention that's paid to FedNor because we think it's an important part of the puzzle. We have provincial partners that fund a project up to $100 million, and FedNor's frankly been really difficult to get money out of. There's not much money there. The application process, as I understand it, it's cumbersome, so we're trying to correct those things. So hopefully as we move forward, we can have both our federal and provincial partners working together to help us move forward.
Okay, that sounds great.
Anybody else on that one? Councillor Fata, go ahead.
My question is, can you tell us right now whether the issue of 369 retention pay for fire and police will be addressed during this meeting?
What does that have to do with federal, though, Councillor Fata?
But you finished saying that federal and provincial.
Yeah, but we're going down to talk about FedNor funding. It's FedNor.
Well, you just said provincial, Mr. Mayor.
No. We have, what I was referring to is the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, which is $100 million for investment in Northern Ontario, whereas the federal government has $30 million. And the Nolan mayors, so the mayor of Timmins, the mayor of North Bay, the mayor of Sudbury, the mayor of Thunder Bay, and I are taking the position that the federal government has to increase the funding in FedNor. This has nothing to do with 369 retention pay. We have no issue of raising that issue. We are down there solely to lobby and make the case for increased funding to FedNor. Okay, so anybody else on that matter? Seeing none, Councillor Shoemaker, do you have any other matters in the consent agenda? So we're moving on to Councillor Compadicz and Councillor Butland.
Mayor, my item was dealt with. It was 6-8.
Okay.
So I don't have anything else on.
Very good. Councillor Butland.
My questions for a later issue. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, we're just rolling now. Councillor Romano.
I had asked earlier to speak to item or to pull item 6.5. I'm wondering if I can also address item 6.3, and I may do so at this time. I only have a couple quick questions for Mr. Liepa.
6.3. Yep, sure. That's still on the consent agenda.
Thank you. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
Very good, thank you. We discussed this previously today, so I'm just going to ask you a couple questions. In light of the paper that you've advanced for us today on our impact assessment and appeals, I just wanted to raise a few questions. I've heard throughout this community some complaints that there are some people out there that don't pay as much in taxes perhaps as they ought to due to a backlog in getting impact assessments from our end over to impact to change those assessment levels. So the question I have for you specifically with respect to that is, are we doing everything we can to maximize our revenue through the impact assessments?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councilor Romano, yes, we are. Back in the early or late 90s, we had an issue when we did have quite a bit of growth in residential, for example. There was a backlog. At this point, over the last few years, we've kept tabs on impact to ensure that what we see through building permits and stuff are picked up and put on the supplementary assessment roll for the following year's roll. We do have monthly meetings with impact to ensure that that stuff's being picked up and put on the roll in a timely manner.
When we spoke last, we had discussed what some municipalities do to maximize revenues. In one case, I believe you had indicated some communities will actually hire an assessment officer. My appreciation from our discussion was that there was perhaps something left on the table that we could be looking for. Is that has something changed, I suppose, from that time? Or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Councilor Romano, yes. Originally, when I was hired for the city, I was hired as assessment review officer to find new revenue for the city. As time has evolved and positions have changed, that has somewhat declined as far as that process of trying to find new revenue. I have to say you probably would find new revenue out there. Most municipalities, they do have a staff person dedicated to assessment-based management, which not only handles assessment appeals, but also ensuring that stuff does get on the roll more accurately than I can provide at this point. Right now, it's a matter of when I do see something come across my desk, I will address with impact, especially on the larger scale. So, yeah, most municipalities do have what they call an assessment review officer, assessment-based management individual.
Commissioner Shelley, if I can, do you have any comments?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Romano. This is something that has been identified by staff as an area where we would like to enhance some of the revenue. As our city tax collector has alluded to, this is a position that was in place before, and over the years through attrition and changes in the staffing model, it's not something that we've been concentrating on. We do realize that there is an opportunity to look at additional revenue sources for the assessment base by having this in place, and we will be looking at the organization structure in that area in 2017.
Okay, so I guess in conclusion, then, yes, there perhaps are some areas we can look at to maximize revenues, and we're going to be doing that in 17.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions before?
That's all, thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Thank you, Madam Acting Mayor. Through you to the Commissioner of Finance. Is there any software that can do that more quickly or more sort of I don't know what the proper word is, indiscriminately perhaps than an individual?
Through you, Madam Mayor, Acting Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, there is various types of software out there. There's some that's provided by the province. There's also software for the real estate organizations for sales, as well as other items through the province. There's a lot of data out there, and that is something that we're going to have to look at as part of our process too.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this matter of 6.3, property tax appeals? No, I just have one question for the Commissioner. Can you just tell us how much has been written off so far?
To you, Acting Madam Mayor, we're at approximately $700,000 this year. And that's tax write-offs, like there's a whole bunch of items that go in there. It's not just assessment items.
Okay, thank you. If there's nothing else on this matter, looking at consent agenda, is there any other items that you would like to ask questions?
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, to and Council, we can now have the motion by Councillors Fata and Myers, or no, I'll need another seconder as you are in the chair. Councillor Shoemaker. Resolved that all items listed under date 2016-11-21 consent agenda and addendum be approved as recommended, save and accept agenda items 6.5 and 6.15.
All in favor? Okay, opposed? Carried.
We can now move to item 6.5, long-term policy, tax policy. A report of the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer is on the agenda, and a motion by Councillors Bruni and Myers. Resolved that the report of the Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer regarding the long-term tax policy be received, and the following recommendations be incorporated into the long-term tax policy. 1. The next reassessment year of 2021 be reviewed for assessment-based stabilization to determine if directed tax ratio reduction to the industrial and commercial classes can be implemented. 2. Upon assessment-based stabilization, directed reduction to the industrial and commercial classes from overall real net assessment growth in excess of 1% until the tax ratios for industrial and commercial classes are equal to the provincial threshold levels. And 3, staff investigate and report to Council on the feasibility of implementing an industrial community improvement plan.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this item? Councillor Romano? Then Councillor Button.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Ms. Schell. Sorry, I just looked at my notes and realized I couldn't read my writing, so I'll just go with my gut instincts, I suppose. My first question for you is, I guess the overall point that has been noted in your report is that we do lack competitiveness with the other jurisdictions throughout Ontario when we look strictly at the industrial and commercial tax rates or property tax rates.
Through you, Acting Madam Mayor, to Councillor Romano. I would beg to differ that that's what my report says. When you look at competitiveness, the tax rate isn't the only thing that you look at, and that's why I quoted some of the items that the BMA Consulting presented at our tax stakeholder policy meeting. Some of the items that they state is that, yes, we are high in comparison to our peer group for the tax ratios. But when you look at taxes on a square foot basis in the standard industrial class, as well as the large industrial were actually lower. And in the standard industrial, we may be slightly higher, but we're comparable to Thunder Bay and Timmins. So from a competitive standpoint, from businesses looking at their total cost of locating here, we are competitive from that standpoint. My report states more that the tax ratio inequity, it relates more to a fairness issue within the community rather than a competitiveness standpoint. When you look at competitiveness, a lot of the factors we have no control over, and I have quoted from various economic experts such as Enid Slack, where they talk about economic conditions are the product of longer-term factors such as education levels of residents, the industry mix, geographic location, and links to international trade networks. Most of those things we don't have control over at a local level. And you also have to look at our Standards & Poor's Global Rating Report, which we recently presented to Council. They said one of the barriers that we have here is our remoteness to major markets, and that causes barriers to our economic growth. So just saying that because we have a high tax rate or a high tax ratio that we're not competitive, in my opinion, I don't agree with that.
Michelle, it's fair to say that in your report, I mean, it is indicated right at the outset of it that we have amongst the highest commercial and industrial tax rates in the province. And then the whole purpose of the report was looking at competitiveness, and the recommendations made, items 1, 2, and 3, are all looking at ways to improve our competitiveness. So I guess maybe to qualify my question, clearly there's a concern with our level of competitiveness.
It's not the level of competitiveness. Again, it's to the fairness of the tax ratio. And in order to decrease that ratio, we need growth in that sector. That's the bottom line. That's the whole reason that those ratios got inequitable in the first place. It even goes back to when the tax system was originally changed back in the early 2000s. We ended up putting in expanded classes at that time because it was going to put a large shift from the large industrial onto the smaller industrial taxpayers. And council at the time didn't want to see that tax shift happening. We've had that same issue happening throughout the years with large industrial having major assessment decreases. Again, we don't want to put that shift onto the other tax classes, not just residential, but it also goes on to your multi-residential, your commercial. It goes on to everything, because you have to remember your assessment. It's just a pie, and it's how that pie is divided. So it's been very challenging to maintain that equity within the system. And yes, the ratios are out of line, and that's why the recommendations that I have in there are trying to address growth, because with growth, you can decrease those ratios without actually putting a burden on other tax classes.
I won't belabor this point, but it is fair to say that your 3 recommendations all deal directly with trying to have us look at a more competitive tax ratio system. I mean, that's relatively obvious from what's in the recommendations, correct?
I think we can agree to disagree on how you interpret it.
Yeah.
We'll agree to disagree there.
You've kind of been here a few times, Councillor Romano, so if you could kind of...
Yeah, no, I'll move on. So from what the recommendations state, where our goal will then be to, I just want to make sure I understand this. When I look at number 1 recommendation, let's look at this phenomenon, if you will, in 5 years' time. And at that time, we're going to be looking at it in 2021 to determine if if we've achieved assessment-based stabilization. That's what number 1 is. So basically what we're saying is we're going to wait till 2021 and see if this issue sort of resolves itself.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, that's the recommendation that we have at this point. The reason being is our preliminary numbers for the 2017 reassessment year shows a further 51% reduction in the large industrial tax class. So if you look at the attachments in Appendix C that came with your report, if we use starting ratios, which is basically your status quo, you're going to increase the residential tax rate by 4.26%. That's over and above any levy increase that we have. The one that stands out even more significantly is your multi-residential, which will see a 14.64% tax increase. This will all relate to almost a 50% decrease in your large industrial. We have used revenue neutral ratios in the past to mitigate that. And again, if you look at that scenario, you'll still see a decrease in the large industrial because at this point, because our ratios are so far above the provincial threshold levels, there's something called levy restriction, which means only 50% of an increase can be put into that class. So there still will be a transfer of some of the tax decrease from the large industrial to other areas. And in this case, you'll see it still transferring to the industrial, the smaller industrial customers for about $1 million. And you'll also see it transfer to the commercial as well as a small percentage to the multi-residential and the residential. It's using revenue neutral to try to maintain the same proportionate of tax burden amongst the classes.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I think the question I was going after here, just very simply put, is the plan will be that we will look at this again in 5 years to see if we've achieved that base stabilization.
Yes, there's no way we can do it at this year, not when we're losing 50%. And that's why I pointed to the different scenarios so that you kind of see how it affects the different classes.
And so then looking at recommendation number 2, if we are to achieve that base stabilization in 5 years' time, then we'll look at trying to shift that burden, if you will, based on an over 1% assessment growth. So just looking at number 3 then in the recommendations, what are the plans or thoughts about developing an industrial community improvement plan? Like what's sort of the thought process behind it? Is there, or is it just?
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Romano, we did have an industrial community improvement plan several years back, which was used to enhance growth in the sector. So what we want to do again is because we want to encourage growth in order to decrease without transferring the burden to other classes in the large industrial. If we have an industrial community improvement plan, the whole idea and premise behind these plans is to encourage more growth, much like we spoke about already about the downtown improvement plans, etc. All of this is about having growth in sectors.
So if premise number 1 doesn't work out and we don't see base stabilization, what do we do?
If we don't have base stabilization, then we'll have to reassess it at that point. I'm not recommending that we do any kind of directed reduction when we don't have growth in any sectors. I mean, for 2016, we'll be lucky if we get 0.1% growth. We're not anticipating any high growth in 2017 either. So unless council wants to direct more of the tax burden to one of the other classes in order to lower the industrial and the commercial classes, we're kind of stuck. It's a very challenging area. So what I looked at when I did this report is how can we encourage, 1, growth, or 2, the other area that I talked about in my report is the user fees, where we're going to look at a new model. And possibly that's some way that we can transfer some of the taxes that these areas are paying for services that they don't necessarily use.
Okay, so, and I'm going to be wrapping it up now very quickly here, Mr. Mayor. I just want to make sure that I appreciate this correctly and everyone else does. Because when we talk about these numbers and tax base and ratios, sometimes I think people can get a little confused. Our industrial commercial property taxes, if we were to simply, like some of the options presented, let's say just collapse one of the classes, you lose a whole lot of revenue. So the concept of shifting the burden means, and I like the analogy I think you've used with me before, is the balloon. If you squish it, it's got to go somewhere, kind of thing, right? If you take money out of one area, it's got to come from somewhere else. So does that would the concept not be available to us to add money into if we increase the revenue stream, let me put it this way, then you don't have to worry about shifting that burden. Like, let's say you want to collapse the system at the industrial tax base, and that's going to cost us $4 million a year in revenue, just throwing a number out there. If we were to inject that $4 million in from elsewhere, we wouldn't have to shift the burden, correct?
Logistically, yes. If you had all of a sudden $4 million extra that we had that is available that you can transfer, yes, that would be council's decision if they want to do that. But again, just collapsing the classes themselves, if we got rid of the large industrial class and just made an industrial class, it's huge.
Yeah, I don't want to get into, I mean, that we can get into a large discussion. I just want to simply draw that distinction that if we have the income there or the revenue, we don't have to worry about shifting a burden. We could just simply reduce the percentage or drop a class or whatnot, if the revenue were there.
If the revenue is there, you're not necessarily shifting a burden, but you're giving all of the savings, if it's savings that we're getting additional revenue from, to one tax class versus another. So there is a shift in the amount of tax that one class is going to pay over another.
All right, fair enough. So then, moving on from that point then, as opposed to, and I just, not for argument's sake, but just for discussion purposes, the plan that we have before us right now is to look at a wait-and-see approach over the next 5 years. And I would like to see us look at an approach where we try to generate additional revenue. And for examples that have just come up in the last few weeks, one or a couple today, there's the Employment Innovation Program has the ability to generate additional revenue. A resolution I brought forward a number of weeks ago, the Continuous Improvement Fund has that opportunity. MPAC assessments that we talked about, looking at better ways to improve that process in 2017. And user fees. These are all areas where we could generate additional revenue. So if those numbers can come up high enough and this council saw fit to apply that to collapsing one of the tax classes, that would be another alternative to what is in the report before us today, would it not be?
No, because like I just said, by directing savings to one area, you're still increasing the tax burden, the percentage that, say, the residential or the multi-residential is paying. You're just changing the percentage that everybody is paying as a whole. So if you put $4 million onto large residential, then the residential is still going to be paying exactly the same as they are today. So they will be having a higher tax burden in that case. The best way to fix the problem is the same way we got into the problem, is to encourage growth. And that's where my report is directed at.
And I appreciate that. I'm just saying there is that option available to us if this group saw fit to do it in the fashion. I think that's already answered.
Council can do it what they choose.
My last question is just for the clerk. One question. Just from a logistical perspective, if this resolution were to pass as it is framed right now, and at some point in time within the next year or less or more, if somebody wanted to bring forward a resolution that adopted some kind of a different policy, would that be akin to a reconsideration, or would you be able to still move forward in that regard?
I'll let the clerk answer first, but.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano. Well, it obviously depends on the exact wording of a proposed motion. If you were to change something specifically that's recommended in the motion before you now, yes, it would be a reconsideration.
And I don't want to get into details, but I'm sure from the agenda review perspective, given some of the resolutions I've drafted in the past that have not made it through to this council, would those not be akin to, would they be reconsideration motions then if this were to pass as is?
Well, I'll just offer my thoughts on that. So there's a recommendation. The recommendation is that we wait until the next assessment before we can implement a significant change in tax policy. That's just because with the information we have before us, there's very little way to implement a significant change in tax policy without creating a significant burden for our residential taxpayers, which nobody wants to do. But my feeling was, when I looked at that, it's 2021. My feeling was if we did have a windfall, or if there were generated revenues, or if there were savings that resulted in there being monies on an annual basis when we set our budget, we have to deal with the tax policy. So I don't think anything we do tonight, and maybe the clerk can offer some comments after I do, because he might have a different opinion. I don't think anything we do tonight attorns us for next year and changing the policy, tax policy next year. If there is an ability to actually affect the ratios without creating the issue that we create this year, I don't think we would be prohibited from doing that. I don't think passing this resolution tonight requires us to apply the same tax ratios for our next, we'd only have one budget left to this council. So I don't believe that we're handcuffed by this report in our future tax plan. And I'll let the clerk comment, and then maybe if the treasurer would like to comment.
And perhaps just to be specific, if a councillor were to bring forward a resolution looking at whether it be striking a committee, whether it be looking for a staff report, to look at other options. That's what my concern is. I just want to know whether that would be prohibited by passing of this resolution.
I don't see how.
Okay,
I only have one vote on agenda review, but I don't see how.
Okay, then I can leave the subject matter there. Thank you.
So we have, on the same matter, okay, we have the list that was left to me has Butland, Shoemaker. So Butland first.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I thought I was reading a different report from Councillor Romano, because what he was concluding, I didn't see at all. So
you concluded the opposite.
Yes, I concur almost totally with Michelle's report. We acknowledge that we have an industrial-commercial ratio problem, not necessarily a tax problem, and we all accept the fact that extra revenue growth will solve everybody's problems. That's the bottom line for all of us. And just, I always go, this BMA report that's in the council agenda, if you read that carefully, reflects very, very well. And I know it's not popular and nobody's going to believe it, but if you read the summary from a third-party objective group that studies a multitude of municipalities across the province, and you read their conclusions, the assessment base is growing at a rate faster than peer municipal average. City's municipal spending per capita is amongst the lowest in the province. City's residential affordability ratio is below group average. There are some negatives as well, but they're not exceedingly negative. So growth is simplified. Let's try to deal with growth, and collapsing of a total grouping. And we'll get $4 million all of a sudden, a windfall, and we'll resolve everybody's problems. The one thing that I don't agree with, and rather vociferously, since I've been positive to this point, Michelle, is number 3. Investigate and report to council on the feasibility of implementing an industrial community improvement plan. Well, we have a community adjustment group going on now.
It's a very different thing, Councillor Butler.
Well,
it's not a committee. It's a very different thing. You can't compare that to the community. It's a whole entirely different tax mechanism.
Well, they will overlap. I disagree with you, Mr. Mayor. We don't require another committee. That's what we have, the economic development.
It's not a commiute. It's not a committee.
Well, it's an improvement plan. It'll amount to a committee deciding on a community industrial.
Can we pause there, because it's important to be correct about this. Can you explain what that is, Michelle, so
please,
Councillor Butland is aware, and then he recognizes we're not striking a committee?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, probably the best way to explain it is by example. Currently, we have a multi-residential community improvement plan. It's directed at increasing the multi-residential units because we had a shortfall in the community. That plan can be a 3 to 4 year tax rebate that these individuals get. So I think it went 25, 25, and 50, or vice versa, something like that. So it encourages development by giving a reduction in taxes. So it's not a committee that puts it together. It's actually a tax incentive plan.
It's an industrial tax incentive plan.
It's okay. It doesn't say that. That's helpful. Could you not just pass it on to the EDC and say this is what you should be doing?
No, it's our industrial tax.
No, it's ours. We have to set the tax rates because it's our taxes that we're giving a rebate for. So it's not something that the EDC could do.
Okay. I'm a little slow, so I'm getting it. So it's all about tax rebate for industry.
Correct.
Yes. Yep.
Thank you.
So you don't disagree with it vociferously?
Not as vociferously, that's for sure. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a slight clarification, or perhaps a muddying of the waters, I'm not totally sure. If we were, through you to Commissioner Schell, if we were to reduce the amount that we're spending, could we not, in that way, bring down the burden of one class without increasing the burden in another? If our budget went down in actual numbers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, you're just stating the reverse of what Ross said. He said increase revenue, saying decrease expenses.
I've been known to do that.
So, yes, I mean, you can direct a particular savings and say to reduce a tax ratio in a particular class. But by doing that, again, you still have the same pie, and it's how it's divided up. So you're kind of increasing the share than the other areas are paying, because all the reduction was directed to one area.
But are you not increasing the percentage the other slivers are paying, but not the actual amount?
Yes, if you choose to direct all your savings to one class and not to the other ones, like the multi-res, the res, all the other ones, that's council's choice to do that. They would still be paying the same dollar amount in the end. It would be a higher percentage, though, of the total tax burden.
Right, right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I could, just as a corollary to to CFO Schell's comments. Again, for those classes that they learned that there was a decrease in terms of expenditures for the corporation, and yet their taxes did not go down. As a result of that, there would be that avenue in terms of sort of more in lay terms for those watching at home. That would be the implication. So the industrial view dedicated to that one tax class that would be going down. But if others saw that there was a savings and they did not go down, there would be that political issue that would need to be dealt with in terms of that process.
Right. So if we so chose to deal with it, we could.
Yeah, we could.
Okay.
Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you. I'm not sure who to address this to, but through you, Mayor, I just want to ask two questions, but you're right, Commissioner Schell. Basically, growth is important. We all have established that. Depends on the situation, you might get out-migration, and we as a city do not want out-migration at this time from the residential side or the business side. So here's my question. As a business family owner for over 100 years, what I've done over the last short period of time is I've started to go out to businesses. And I basically ask them a direct question. And the question is this. In your opinion, is it the taxes that are bothering you, or is there something else? And if so, what else as council can we do for you? And the number of companies I've gone out to so far have said, Councillor Hollingsworth, tax is right now at basically lower in the list. There's other pieces that you can help me with from a business perspective. And the feedback I have received up to this point is, giving an example, hookups. And we also, when I say hookups in the industrial park, we also talked about, which we talked about, not this council meeting, other council meetings, that we're looking for talent in this, but also looking for, I went to small merchants to mid-sized businesses and large, and people said security on Queen Street from a merchant's perspective. So my question is this, and maybe it's through to CAO, have we asked directly our businesses in this community, what would you like from council with regards to what's in our control, changing policy, changing infrastructure, governance? Have we asked that question?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hollingsworth. Those questions have been asked in detail in terms of surveys by the Economic Development Corporation, and I think they actually did a report here to Council just a couple of months ago where they summarized some of the responses. They did it through an KPMG, I believe it was, third-party review, where it indicated, just as you described, that taxes was very low on the list. Not low on the list, but it was like not the primary goal. In terms of the city itself, we do on a day-to-day basis have those dialogues and discussions, and part of our efforts in terms of the realignment to meet with the recently approved corporate strategic plan are looking to the community and development and enterprise services area to start having it be a more coordinated effort to have those discussions, which have been mostly ad hoc through different areas in the last little while. But again, I don't want to underemphasize that the Economic Development Corporation has done those third-party exercises and has reported out previously to Council in terms of those items that you're describing.
Great, thank you. And just one last question, start with a comment. Again, from our business perspective, we're in development, we're in building, and I know from us, building permits is one example, but I emphasize asking the question to our businesses, what else we can do for you, I think is a good starting point, and helping and telling the community that we are pro-business. Pro-business helps to create growth, and also it helps our social services if we have a strong business network. We are business. Thank you.
Okay, we have Councillor Fada and Councillor Christian. You first.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it short. Shelley, one comment that I've heard over and over is that if we deal with the tax rates for commercial industrial and we tamper with them and reduce them in any way, shape, or form, it automatically means that residential will get the hit. But I think this is the wrong approach to this whole exercise, because frankly, if we stay with the status quo, we do know that industrial, as far as the amount of industrial assessment out there, has been reducing. It's going in the wrong direction. So in the process that we're currently in, if we keep going the way we are, and it looks like we're going to do that for the next 4 years, we may very well see that reduced even more. So in the end, we are in fact penalizing residential, because with the reduced industrial and some commercial assessment, we're going to end up hitting the residential anyway. It's something that I guess some people like to refer to it as dying a slow death. But the fact is, the status quo, really, in my opinion, will not work, because we are slowly moving in the wrong direction. I'm aware of at least one company that I was speaking to, one of our local developers, I already said this before, that said they're not coming here because of our tax rates. I'm sure the EDC, and I've yet to hear them speak on this, maybe one-on-one, maybe they will, but I'm sure that they've probably heard from companies that were looking to come here and probably chose not to. Again, it could be other factors, like we said, we're a bit off the beaten path, but if the tax rates are playing any kind of role, then we are going through an exercise in futility here. If we continue with the tax rates for commercial industrial as they are, if they are higher, as is suggested, higher than other areas, we're going to keep going in the wrong direction. So the fact is, if we don't increase the assessment base, then we're moving in the wrong direction. We're either going to stay where we are or slowly dwindle as far as commercial industrial. As an example of something that would probably work, and this is something that I think, in terms of increasing the assessment, if we were to through this industrial community improvement plan, if we were to exercise something like this, where we bring that company in and give them a grace period, whatever that might be, 3-4 years, some kind of a tax break, whether it's 100% or whether it's 50% or whether it's phased in. We bring in that company, they come here, they start to employ people, and then at some point down the road, they will be paying full taxes. And that's how we will affect the residential in a positive way. And everybody benefits. The commercial industrial can then be reduced with the additional assessment increase, and the residential also benefits. But we're not doing this. We keep saying status quo. We're going to leave it the way it is. We're going to look at it maybe in 4 years. we're spinning our wheels, and the only way we're going right now is down. And if we don't start getting aggressive as far as looking at these tax rates now, create some kind of incentives for companies to come here, then we're just going to keep dying a slow death. Thank you very much.
There was no question there, but the commissioner...
Shelley, would you agree with me?
So Shelley looks like she wants to say something anyway, so we'll just pass the mic to her.
Yeah, there wasn't really a direct question there, but one comment I would like to make. You spoke of a company that you said isn't going to locate here because of our high tax rates. I do have another situation where I was in direct consultation with a company that said that they're coming here because it was 37% cheaper for them to locate in Sault Ste. Marie than it was in larger urban centers. So I think it's a misnomer out there that people aren't coming because our taxes are too high. I think there's a lot of other factors that make it a positive situation for companies to come to the city. So, but on your other points regarding growth, yes, you've hit it on the note. Growth, as I said, is what's going to help us. So by having the CIP plan in for industrial, yes, it will help increase the growth in that sector, which benefits everybody.
You know, we're having this discussion about tax rates, and it's in somewhat of a vacuum because, you know, you can't just talk about the rate independent of the assessment. So if you look at a company, let's just take SR for instance. When SR was purchased in 2008, they were paying $1 million more in taxes than, well, let's presume SR was paying their taxes, but that aside, at the levied rate, when SR was purchased in 2008, they were paying $1 million more in taxes than they should have paid last year. Let's say that SR has appealed its assessments, because we know that SR has appealed its assessments. So let's say that the assessed value of that property is decreased. So SR's taxes decreased. Do you think SR is really going to be concerned with its tax rate if it's paying $2.5 million or $2 million, $3 million or $2 million or $1 million less? They're concerned about what they're actually ultimately paying. They're not fundamentally concerned about what their tax rate is. The tax rate is a function of what we need to collect, amortized across a whole assessment base. And, you know, when, it's very simple, when St. Mary's paper shut down, instead of amortizing that cost across our whole base, we amortize it within the category, which increased the ratios. That burden went to those folks. But we're not currently sticking more burden on commercial and industrial taxpayers. I am a commercial taxpayer. I pay commercial taxes. But as a lawyer operating a business here in Sault Ste. Marie, I can tell you it's much cheaper than as a lawyer operating a business in Toronto, or a lawyer operating a business in Mississauga, or a lawyer operating a business in Guelph or Waterloo. I know what I pay per square foot, and my tax base is just one part of that per square foot cost, but it's significantly less than the other cities. So I think when we're just having this tax rate conversation, we have to have it in the broader context, and the most important thing, from my mind, is our spending. All of what we have to levy in taxes is a direct consequence of our spending, and the rest of it is math. So, you know, we got to be really careful when we throw around these terms like businesses don't want to come here and businesses aren't interested in coming here. I, as the mayor of this community, have met with 4 different organizations or businesses in the last, a number of months with Mr. Vare to talk up Sault Ste. Marie, and none of them expressed that as a concern. Not one of the singular businesses expressed the municipal tax rate as a concern for locating here. They were fundamentally concerned with the human resource talent. They wanted to make sure that they could access specific skills and wanted to know whether we had those skills. They were, interested in location for geographic reasons and transport reasons. Like, never once did they say, boy, but your municipal tax rates are high, because they're a function of something else. Now, if they see a municipality that's conscientious about what it's spending, that is what I think they'll be satisfied with. But we can sit in this chamber and throw around a bunch of rhetoric about tax rates and about businesses, and about being business friendly. But, the proof is in the pudding. And I think if we're conscientious and very diligent about what we're spending in this room, the rest of itself will work itself out. Now, we've recognized that our ratios are skewed, and then we want to adjust them, not as a matter of competitiveness, but as a matter of fairness, so that the burden is being shouldered more equally across all the tax base. So I just think when we speak in here, we just have to make sure that we're careful and we're accurate in what we're saying. Councillor Christian?
Already?
Yeah.
My questions have to do with the user fees. A question through you to CFO Shell. In the report, it says that we'll be making recommendations in 2017. Is there any thought as to how far into 2017 we'd be looking at that? It just seems to me that this is an important process, and I'm just hoping that it's sooner rather than later. Is there any date or timeline that we're looking at?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. When we presented the user fee report at the last council meeting, we stated that in the first quarter of 2017, we wanted to look at updating the model and presenting some scenarios to council as to what we determined from that review.
Subsequent or follow-up question to that. We're looking at all of the user fees that are currently on the traditional user fee list that we have, and would there be any other areas that we could institute user fees that we're not currently charging user fees for?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, yes, that would be part of the review also, to see what other services are out there that may increase revenue.
Yeah. I just want to quickly say that I agree with this because, and I've stated it before, that this is an area that we need to look at. We're struggling, as been pointed out several times, with growth, and it's the tax burden. We've talked about tax burdens. In the absence of finding untapped money and growth, I think we have to do what's fair to everybody, and that is start charging fees for things that people are using above and beyond our basic services. It's not a good thing to do, but it's the only reasonable thing we can do in the current circumstances. I mean, if somebody's using a facility, et cetera, perhaps they should be shouldering more of that burden, because there are people that don't use it at all, and yet they're paying taxes for that. So I'm in full support of taking a good hard look at user fees and coming up with some aggressive suggestions.
Okay, so anybody else on the tax policy? Seeing none, are we voting on that separately, Mr. Clerk? I guess we actually pulled it from
The motion has been read.
So, what to his point?
I want to make a comment to his point.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, yeah, just quickly, the user fee has to be, and I know that we touched on this, Shelley, but in terms of user fees for those living outside the city, I don't know whether, I know that there was comments made that be difficult to address, but that's got to be addressed. Because if people in Sault Ste. Marie are paying to build an SR center, and the people that live in Prince and the Weirs Township, all they do is pay the same fees to use that facility, that's totally unfair.
To you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata, it is something that we can look at with the report, but again, it is difficult. For example, if you have a child that lives in Prince Township that's playing ice hockey, well, we rent to the hockey team that's in the city, so you would have to almost put the burden onto them to say how many kids are within the city and not. It's very difficult to administer a lot of them, but it is something we can look at to see if there are fees out there that are easily identifiable that we can associate that way.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the other item separated from consent was 6.15, property purchase at 125 and 143 Gore Street. That report is approved via bylaw. And I have a motion by Councillors Rooney and Hollingsworth, resolve that Bylaw 2016-198 being a bylaw to authorize the city's acquisition of property located at Civic 125 Gore Street and 143 Gore Street. Kearns be passed in open council this 21st day of November 2016.
I think you asked to have this separated, Councillor Fata?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much, what purpose this will serve. I know that we've had discussions on this matter, but we've dealt with this matter in the past as far as buying, in this case, we're buying 2 derelict properties, and we have assessments on these properties of $87,000, and we're suggesting that the city pays them $110,000, and the other one is assessed for $46,700, and we're suggesting that we should pay them $73,000. I think that we should, at the very most, in this, we should be looking at the assessed value. The assessed value is based on 2016 base year. It is current. I know that to have an appraisal done, we bought properties in the past to build Carmen's Way, and we bought 2 properties on Third Line for the hub trail, and we paid the appraised value for those properties. That was current value. And we accepted that, even though I felt that we paid too much even there. But I mean, that wasn't appraised value, we paid for it. Here, we've got an assessment value for two derelict properties. Even the assessed value is being very generous, but yet we have gone beyond that by at least 25%. So I don't know whether we can address this, Mr. Mayor, or not, but I think this is grossly unfair to the taxpayers to pay these exorbitant amounts.
It's already been approved, Councillor Fata. I mean, you can speak to it as you are, but we have to vote on the bylaw, and you can vote against it, but it's already been approved. You can vote against it.
No, that's fine, Mr. Mayor, but I know it's not going to serve any purpose, but this is grossly unfair what the taxpayers are paying for these 2 derelict properties.
Okay. Any other comments on that matter? So we didn't vote on 6.5, so once we vote on this one, we're going to have to go back and vote on 6.5. So, Mr. Clerk?
You can go ahead and call for the vote on
All in
the
favor?
bylaw.
Carried. Opposed? Councillor Fata? Okay, so we're going back to 6.5. 6.5 was the tax policy. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, our other item on the regular portion of the reports of the agenda is the 2017 budget. The Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer has a short presentation which will take council through on that item.
Mr. Mayor, councillors, and staff, tonight I'm presenting a brief overview of the preliminary budget. The preliminary budget reflects maintaining service levels the same as in 2016. During budget deliberations, staff will be providing council options to reduce the levy, as it is recognized that the preliminary increase is not palatable to them. Full budget details are provided with tonight's agenda and will also be included on the city's website. The 2017 budget is being presented 2.5 months earlier than the previous year's budget. The short turnaround between budgets this year was challenging. The budget process began in June with the verification of employee complement and the calculation of salary and benefits by finance. Departments were then provided their budget input worksheets in August and submission to finance by September 1st. Finance then reviews and adjusts the draft budgets as required for such items as contractual, legislative, or regulatory changes, as well as any council resolutions. An analysis of trends is also done to ensure that budgets are at appropriate levels based upon historical trends and projected estimates. The City of Sault Ste. Marie provides a vast array of municipal services to approximately 75,000 citizens and 34,590 households. The preliminary 2017 budget, as presented, represents maintaining the services provided at the same level as the previous year. The preliminary budget reflects total expenses of $178.6 million. Other revenue of $67.3 million, which includes user fee and government grants, are deducted from operating expenses to arrive at the municipal tax levy of $111.3 million, an increase of $6.9 million over 2016. The preliminary 2017 budget shows a 6.63% increase as compared to a 5.23% increase in the 2016 preliminary budget. The final 2016 budget was an increase of 2.39%, which was reduced from 4.93% with the use of surplus and reserves. For 2017, we no longer have a projected surplus or reserves to be utilized, thus representing 2.24% or 34% of the total levy increase. It's interesting to note that, as I said, the 2016 final budget would have been an increase of 4.93% before levy reduction. If you note and look at the slide above, you'll see at the same level we're 4.39% in 2017, So even though our bottom line is higher because of these lack of surplus and reserves for levy reduction, we're still lower than what we were in 2016. Levy boards and outside agencies are a further 1.37% of the levy increase, representing 21% of the total. The Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund grant has been announced at the same level as 2016, so this year there'll be no budget impact. This leaves maintaining services at 3.02%. Later in the presentation, I'll review the major changes to maintaining services. The municipal tax burden is shown for the 4 larger northern municipalities. As can be seen, taxes on an average dwelling in Sault Ste. Marie is the lowest amongst our comparators. They are also the lowest when property taxes are considered as a percentage of the median income of each municipality, i.e. the less of your income goes towards taxes in comparison to the other northern municipalities. The 2016 BMA study will be released in December of 2016, and updated comparators will be presented along with the tax policy recommendations in early 2017. Just a quick refresher, this slide depicts how residential tax rates are calculated. Basically, tax rates are calculated by dividing the levy requirement into the total assessment. For example, if the levy was $1,000 and there was $10,000 of assessment, the tax rate would be 1.1%. Note that the same tax requirement on a higher assessment, i.e. maybe a higher market value, produces a lower tax rate. Although tax rate can be used as a measure of municipal tax burden, they should not be viewed on their own, as effective market assessment values presents a scenario that is not true. When comparing and ranking municipal comparators, we need to look at values which are true comparators. The preliminary 2017 tax levy is $111.3 million. The proportion of the levy by key area is reflected in the chart shown. Of the total levy, approximately 38% is comprised of costs that the city cannot control. This includes costs that City Council has approved for ongoing funding or levies that are passed on to the city. Levy boards and police services are 32% of the levy, outside agencies and boards 4.3%, and economic development is 1.8%. In addition, another 8% of the levy is for capital and financing requirements. The remaining 54% is dedicated to city services. The levy impact for maintaining services, the portion managed by city departments, and including the capital and long-term debt, is 3.02% of the 6.63% levy increase. The budget formula guideline for 2017, as presented to Council on August 27, 2016 by the CAO, was 3.08%, which included a 0.25% investment factor. Several items influenced the increase to maintain services in 2017. Staff reduced their budgets by approximately $770,000 to mitigate non-salary contractual and legislated increases. Of the total increase, just over 70% related to uncontrollable events. The increase to WSIB for presumptive cancer claims for fire services and PTSD for all emergency services added $1 million to the levy. Our assessment growth is continuing to decline. Thus, supplementary tax revenue has decreased $450,000. And a government payment in lieu of taxes is estimated to decrease $74,000. The DSAB transition decreased administrative revenue to the city by $702,000. This revenue reverts back to the DSAB for their own administration, and savings that were to occur resulting from the transition should reflect as a decrease to the city's levy. These items alone add up to $2.2 million and could not be absorbed by operational efficiencies. The budget deliberations are scheduled for December 5th and 6th, and the 6th if required. At that time, staff will present options for Council's consideration to reduce the levy. Council will also review the supplementary and service level increases at that time and decide what to approve. The preliminary budget will be adjusted based upon Council's recommendations approved during the deliberations to arrive at the final budget. Tax rates will then be set in March of 2017 once the final assessment roll is available.
Thank you, Commissioner Schell. At this time, are there any questions from any councillors? Councillor Butlin and then Councillor Hoopman.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. To Michelle, my favorite topic every other year has been surplus, so I will continue to ask that question. Why this year, as opposed to just about every other year in history, is there no surplus?
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, to Councillor Butland. The other years when we had significant surplus, it was for unusual items that weren't included in the budget. For instance, we had long-term disability, or not long-term, what's it called? Yeah, long-term disability savings. We have a set rate estimated by a carrier as to what we should incur during the year. And because of the work of our HR department, as noted in the third quarter report that was presented tonight, we've been very good at getting a lot of employees back to work. So there's been savings. And we will have savings again this year, but there's so many other things that have happened this year. Again, the presumptive cancer claims for fire is the major impact this year. But as we noted in our third quarter report, it's going to be offset and won't be quite as bad because we are going to have a savings in our long-term disability also.
So that's a definitive, there will be no surplus?
I'm hoping we don't have a deficit.
Is that the answer? The other question I have, and forgive me, I'm not too good on the financial part of it. Somebody might say you're not good at any of the parts of it, but financial in particular, SR's taxes. And I read with some surprise, positive surprise, that you and the CEO are very, very optimistic that we will receive all of SR's taxes in the new year. By the end of January, in the Port of Algoma, environmental issues and pensions, you're optimistic. And it goes on, the report says, but that has nothing to do with the taxes that the community will have to pay. Can you explain that to me? Should we get a windfall at the end of January, be it 7, 10, or $15 million, to where does that go?
Through you, Madam Acting Mayor, to Councillor Butland. At this point, the taxes that we were to collect from SR were already included as tax revenue within the budget. So it's a cash flow issue, and it's not a financial operating issue from the standpoint of how much we have to raise for taxes. Again, when we come to 2017, there's still a taxable assessment for SR, and we still will calculate them within our taxes and what they owe. Whether they pay it or not is another story, and that's when, from an accounting standpoint, we have to look at it at the end of the year and decide whether we need to put an allowance aside or not based on collectability, which we do for all of our tax accounts.
Helpful, but still, you receive a windfall. What happens with that windfall?
I think the CEO is looking to add to this.
Sure.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland. It's not a windfall, it's receiving the monies that are owed to us. So we're looking at the $21 million. Our ability, cash flow-wise, to be able to handle it is we've been dipping into reserves. That's also why reserves are difficult to be utilized to fill in the gap for this particular budget year. We've been using reserves, and specifically the sewage surcharge reserve, to borrow from that as opposed to borrowing from a bank or other lending institution, which would cost us in terms of interest rates, to be able to make up the shortfall of $21 million and counting to date in terms of the taxes unpaid. The expectation is that once the CCAA process is completed and the appropriate funding is realized, we would take that our tax portion, which is again not a windfall but just payment of the taxes owed, and place it back into the reserve to replenish that reserve to the level that we've taken from that reserve. And that's why there's no impact on the budget to date.
Helpful. So at that point in time, the whole idea would be to replenish reserves that we've been accessing to this point. So it is not a windfall, but it still would be good news. The other thing that threw me, your extreme, it seems like optimism, and you're saying there's a lot of work being done at the table, and The province has brought new people, and that's the first I had heard that things were that positive. Are we working at the table, or is it our lawyers that we've hired?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, we're not specifically working at the table, and our lawyers on our behalf are not specifically working at the table. The optimism, as was described in the media, was just simply us indicating that we have every expectation of getting the $21 million paid, whatever the outcome of the CCAA process, being the secured body that's owed those monies. So we're up on the list. We're expecting that once that process is completed, we would be receiving our taxes, and we're looking for those taxes in full. The rest of the negotiations are ongoing. We are certainly involved. As I think was described one time, we've been invited to the dinner, but we're at the kids' table. We've been involved, and we're knowing what's been taking place, and we're getting regular updates with not from our legal, but from the other players that are involved. And we continue to have dialogues with the various parties to express for our interests on the taxes as well as our interests on the port. And we are constantly getting updates in terms of what's happening on the other fronts with regard to the process as it proceeds through its efforts, leading up to the latest date is, I believe, January 27th, that there is an expectation for something to come forward.
So, one more question. So, what is being done with Mr. Clark and these significant individuals being brought to the table are separate from the credit protection proceedings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Butland, those individuals are part of the process. Their advisors have been hired in the process, similar to what was happened in Hamilton. And that's where they first came on board. If you recall, with Hamilton, there was the issues there as well, and that's when it was first announced that Mr. Ed Clark was being brought in as an advisor to that process. We understand that there's similar types of dialogues happening with those players for the case of Sault Ste. Marie.
Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so I have Councillor Hopinen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Michelle. In the operating budget, every single department I see, almost every single department has a line item, I guess you could call it. It's called purchased and contracted services. That's very vague to me. And is there any way or anywhere that I could see or any council member could see what exactly is under the purchased and contracted services that we're including in the budget for this year?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Hupinen, we'd have to provide you detailed lines. There's significant amounts of items that are under there. It's just like your materials and supplies. It's all kinds of different stuff. We try to give you something that's a little more concise and make it a little easier for you to view what's in the reports. And we try to standardize what you see each time too, whether it be in our quarterly reports or the budget. But if you would like more detail, let me know and we can try to get something to you. But it will be a lot of information. It's almost line by line at that point by account.
Would that be a fair request, Mayor? I'm just not, it just seems like a very large area with a lot of purchased and contracted services that I have no idea.
I think it is a very large area. I think it would take a lot of auditing during budget time to put that together.
Okay, well.
Yeah. Why don't you give Treasurer a call tomorrow and you can give you a greater sense of what the depth of that would be. And then you can certainly bring the issue back to us at our next meeting if you think it's something you want to put before council.
That's what I'll do. Thank you.
Councillor Christian?
I'm wondering if we could bring up page 9 on the report. I'm just looking at the breakdown of maintaining services. Under salaries and benefits contractual, increases in contingencies. I want to be clear that with all of the yearly incremental increases with labor contracts, with fire and police, the total amount, the total increase in wages is $983,000. Is that correct? Through you, Mr. Mayor, to CFO Shell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, that is correct.
It just maybe, I think I'm getting a little confused here because I thought, and maybe I stand to be corrected, when police services presented their increase for salary next year was pretty significant. I don't know if anybody remembers what that salary increase is, but the $983,000 net seems low to me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, the police are not shown in that number. They're considered as one of our outside boards.
But nevertheless, it's a levy amount. So, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. As far as the WSIB increases for fire police, there is no support from the province on this. We are going alone on this. Is that correct? Through you to CFO Shell.
Through Mr. Mayor to Councillor Christian, this might be something better to be answered by our HR director.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. That's correct. There is no support from the provincial government to offset potential claims, and that's why we do exercise the best practice of having a contracted service, to Councillor Hoopman's earlier point, to help challenge those particular cases if and when appropriate.
Okay, thank you. One final question, and it pertains to the DSAB. It says lost administration revenue from DSAB transition is $702,000. So that's essentially what we're charging them for services, and we lose that revenue. But on the flip side, that's something that's levied against us anyway. So I guess I'm a little confused. It's lost revenue, but we get levied for that anyway. So I'm confused as to why that's lost revenue, why it's shown that way. Through you to CFO Shell. Maybe you can just explain that. It's showing up as additional fee, additional cost.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, that was administrative revenue that we did receive directly from the DSAB, as you indicated.
Right.
With the transition, yes, it goes back to them for them to provide their own administrative services. That was the whole purpose of the transition.
Right.
And they had indicated that there would be savings by them doing the administration rather than the city. So in turn, that's why I had mentioned in my report, where you would see the savings is once the DSAB levy comes through. But we haven't estimated any savings there because we don't know what their budget's going to be.
Okay. I think that's it, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the city solicitor. There's a line item on here, a fairly significant one for an insurance policy that we pay annually, as far as I can tell. Has there ever been any consideration to self-insuring the municipality? Or could there be?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Shoemaker. It is a consideration that comes up from time to time, particularly with the rising costs of deductibles. And at the moment, our deductible is $75,000. So that means most of our claims fall under the deductible. So we almost are self-insured, and some cities are self-insured. The risk is, of course, if we get a big claim or a class claim, that we wouldn't have enough money stockpiled for it. So it's never really been considered or analyzed in depth. But now, with the luxury of having a risk manager, it's something we certainly could provide a report to council if there's interest in that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if I should. I'll bring a motion.
Yeah.
I'll bring a motion.
Very good. We don't need to add one to tonight's agenda, Councillor Shoemaker.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions for CFO? Mr. Nero, Councillor Nero.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Michelle, we're showing a budget summary for Social Services Department, and the only expenditure that shows is a grant to others for $225,000. What is that one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Nero, that's your Healthy Kids program. So we spend, I think it's $50,000 from the city, and then there's a grant coming in to offset it for the rest of the program. That has in 2017 and 2018 is the end of the program. You'll notice the social services used to be all the contracted DSAB services, so you'll notice it looks a little strange.
Shows a reduction
Yeah,
of the same amount
yeah.
year to year, except 225,000 is still there.
Yes, and that's the Healthy Kids program.
So that was not taken over by DSAB,
That's a city program.
city program, and it's only running till 2018?
I think 2018 was the last year of that program.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Romano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to CFO Shell. Just looking at your report here today, suggesting a 6.63 increase, obviously knowing that that's not very palatable for the public or council. And looking at what we discussed at our last meeting, specifically with respect to our capital works, we were talking about the cost of the Sackville Road extension, Franklin Street upgrades, as well as Gray Street upgrades. And I know we had approximately or so $1 million that were being spent, but a large part of that had to do with federal gas tax funding, grants, et cetera. And at that last meeting, I know you've probably had a lot of, seeing most of these reports are coming from yourself, probably had a lot of work on you in the last few weeks, but are we going to be okay for that December date to see what those numbers are going to be in terms of if we were to abandon some of those capital works projects, what would be the actual dollars that would translate to our bottom line?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, I would caution against decreasing any of our capital works budget. I have had some conversations with AMO, who manages the federal gas tax. That's the grant that we're most exposed against. There is an incrementality clause within there, which means that we have to maintain an average, a 5-year average investment made by the city. And if we don't maintain that, we risk losing gas tax money. So in other words, if you cut out one of these roads where our gas tax has been allocated to, you risk not just losing the value that we put in for that road, but you also risk losing future gas tax money. One of the comments they made, though, is that they haven't run into this before with a municipality cutting and not being able to maintain their level of investment for capital.
Michelle, the question, though, was, will we have that information at our disposal? So will we be able to see the consequence of not going forward with the capital works project?
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant whether we had what the ramifications were. Sorry, I misunderstood. I totally misunderstood what you said. My apologies. Yes, you already have that information. It was provided to you with the capital budget when it was presented in October. So that same information will be here.
No, I'm referring, well, that's fine, but specifically with respect to what we discussed at our last council meeting, there was going to be some additional information with respect to how that money would be broken down and what part of it was grants.
I think the CEO is going to offer some comments here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councilor Romano. As CFO Shell has indicated, there's going to be a number of options that we'll bring forward. We've heard from the Horseshoe on a number of fronts over the last couple of months in terms of different things that have been looked at. We certainly will bring forward in that vein some of the considerations that council could have, and capital might be one of them, but we would not be recommending the capital if that is, but we would be bringing forward something to give council consideration, but it will have those caveats addressed to it that CFO Shell has already indicated. Whatever programs, whatever capital programs or projects that are identified there in terms of the implications for the funding from the other orders government, but we certainly will give consideration in terms of the options that we bring forward for council to deliberate at their meeting of December 5th and December 6th if necessary.
All right. Thank you to our CEO then and to Michelle. I just, we're in a position where we're less than 3 weeks away from budget and we're looking at a 6.63%. And I know I don't speak for myself when I say that's something that we're going to hope that there's some palatable options there. Thank you.
Anybody else for the CFO? Councilor Fata?
I know this question will probably fall on deaf ears, but Mr. Nero, can we revisit the union contract so that we freeze the wages for the union personnel for 2017?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata, the legally binding contracts that we currently are in the midst of are just those, Councillor Fata. We do not have the option without their concurrence to reopen the agreements.
So the only way that it can work then is both parties come to the table? Is that which?
That's correct. Yeah, if the bargaining units agree to a freeze, then we could actually implement a freeze.
Shelley, the chart that has the municipal tax burden indicating the four cities and the tax rate based on income, do you know which? Yeah, that's the one. Eh? My understanding, and maybe you, I don't know if you have that information, but the average income in Sault Ste. Marie is somewhere around $37,000. I'm just curious whether how that compares to the other three cities.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata, I don't have the data in front of me, but the average income for our city is significantly more than $37,000. And we are lower for average income than Southern Ontario, but we're fairly comparable to our other northern counterparts.
So the intent of that chart then is to show that ours appears to be the lowest as a percentage of our average annual income, right?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to just make a comment, if I may.
You may.
Yeah, I'm just going to make a comment, let it fall where it will, but it is my intent, I'm going to go on record as saying that it is my intent that I will not vote for tax levy increase unless it is below 2%. And the reason I'm saying that, and I'm just going to add to that statement, is that in the past, at least the past 2 years, and also beyond, every time there was an issue where costs could be reduced, I voted for that. Anytime that there was an issue of increasing revenue, I voted for that. There's others that did not do that. They voted opposite. I think it's the reason I am saying this is that it's frustrating to sit here and we're always keep talking about reducing costs, but it's all talk. I mean, there's obvious examples, daycare and so forth, where people make that statement, we got to reduce costs, and in the same light, they vote to keep daycare. It doesn't make any sense. This council the individuals on this council have to find ways to be creative. And for someone to say to me, well, how are you going to do that, Frank? You better find ways to cut costs. I've made that attempt. There's others on this council who have not. So just to be clear, I have no problem making that statement. I know that that's how I voted, and I'll even include the example of the Point Louise Estates. When fully developed, that development would have brought in almost $1 million a year in taxes.
I wasn't even the mayor at that time.
No, it doesn't matter, Mr. No, the point I'm making, Mr. Mayor, is the fact that it's those individuals who keep saying, well, if you're going to ask for such a low number, show us where we're going to cut costs. I don't want to hear that from individuals who continue to vote to raise taxes.
Let's be clear about something here. We were presented with a preliminary budget for information. We will be debating the budget on December 5th and December 6th. If we have any questions for Ms. Schell on the preliminary budget, I'm happy to direct them to her, but the ancillary comments on the budget and what we're going to do and what we're not going to do should be left for December 5th and 6th, when you will actually be making that decision. In the meantime, let's look at what was presented to us, ask questions about what was presented to us, and if we could, maybe, considering the time, hold back on our ancillary comment about what we are and aren't going to do until we actually are faced with the time when we are and aren't going to do it. So any more questions for Ms. Schell? Mr. Councillor Shoemaker?
Picking up on an earlier comment by Councillor Fata, where he asked Councillor Nero about the collective agreements, and I think you said only with concurrence would we be allowed to change what's, have we asked? Have we asked whether or not anybody would be willing to change what's currently agreed to?
I think that question would be properly directed to the CEO, or he's, as he directs, maybe?
Anybody?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Shoemaker, thank you. My understanding that preliminary discussions have been had, and I certainly had discussions myself with the national reps for a particular group of unions. and it was not met with any favorable response from my involvement.
Okay. Well, at least we started the ball rolling.
Okay. Any other questions of the CFO on her report? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, the preliminary budget was just put on for your information at this time. We can now move to Section 8 of the agenda. Under Section 8.1, Fire Services, a motion by Councilors Romano and Bruni. Whereas the Ministry of Labor issued an order on November 2nd, 2016, that the Corporation of the City of Sault Ste. Marie must ensure the operating guidelines, specifically in reference to Operating Guideline 600-01, single-family dwelling, be more clearly defined with respect to safe interior attack direction, including when rapid intervention team is activated, and incident command roles and responsibilities, and further noted that the corporation must ensure workers are trained on the changes to the operating guidelines. And whereas the corporation shall provide information, instruction, and supervision to a worker to protect the health and safety of the worker during fire suppression interior attack, given that the current operating guidelines do not provide adequate direction for safe interior attack, and whereas the corporation has been given a deadline of January 27, 2017 to comply with the order, and whereas the present Fire Services Realignment Plan update to Council, November 21st, 2016, notes that the corporation intends to obtain a comprehensive risk assessment at the conclusion of 2018, at which time staff believes the realignment plan would be fully operational. Now therefore be it resolved that staff be requested to report to Council by no later than the meeting of December 5th, 2016, as to the new operating guideline that complies with the Ministry of Labor order of November 2nd, 2016, and further that such report include the feasibility and cost of conducting a comprehensive risk assessment in 2017.
Okay, so Councilor Romano, you've already spoken to this. Councilor Bruni, would you like to speak to it?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I second this motion, and I'm in favor of a comprehensive risk assessment, which must be completed by a third party, and I believe personally that the third party should be the Ontario Fire Marshal's Office. The cost can be minimal or at no cost at all. I think if we go to a third party consultant, I think the cost is very expensive, and just by sitting here for the last hour and a half discussing budgets, we will be tight. So I think if we can at least reach out to the Fire Marshal's Office and to see what is the cost, and then to bring that forward. Also, I just want to make a comment. Last time when the debate occurred, I did ask the CAO to bring all the parties together for discussion. I don't know if this has happened. I would expect a report from the CAO on what events have taken place to bring these parties together and to see if any differences have been solved. So I would
That's
like...
not in this motion, though, right, Councilor?
Well, it's not in a motion, but I threw that in there just for...
Okay. Okay, so
Thanks.
just as long as it's clear it's not in this motion,
Yeah.
we can talk to the CEO about that independently. Any other comments or questions about this motion? Councilor Christian.
Mr. Mayor, I've tried to keep an open mind. This issue is, well, I'm not going to rehash it. It's absurd, this whole thing, as far as I'm concerned. But that being said, in the report that came today, and what we've known to this point is that during this process, we're going through simplified risk assessments. I guess my question to the chief is, if we're going through these simplified risk assessments, I'm confused as to why, first of all, how did this report, how was it initiated? Where did this come from? Like, was this something that was initiated?
Which report? Sorry,
Well, the order, sorry, the order from the ministry. Where was this initiated? Was this filed as a grievance
Maybe
through
we
the
can do
union?
this one at a time. So the chief or the CEO, whomever is most appropriate, or the Commissioner of Human Resources, can you outline council as to how the Ministry of Labor order came about and what precipitated that? So, fine, if you want to take the question, Chief, you're welcome to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. As part and parcel to the realignment plan and the review of the OGs, the association had an objection to some of the OGs, and they pursued a complaint to the Ministry of Labor, asked them to review the OGs.
And just for everybody watching, the OGs are the
operating guidelines. The MOL, Ministry of Labor, along with the Ontario Labour Relations Board, reviewed our OGs and came back with the particular one, and before you tonight, with just one that said they had some concerns that it wasn't specific enough, and they directed us to make it more specific to address those two issues that are in the resolution. Just to point out, this happened November 2nd, and they gave us until January 27th of 2017. So there's no clear and imminent danger here. They wanted a clarification of the existing operating guideline.
I guess
the CEO is looking at that.
Sure.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian. I think it needs to be clarified too, and I'll look to the chief and to the HR director to be nodding their heads. But there's some 150 standard operating guidelines that exist. There was about 30 or so that needed to be revised as a result of the realignment. Those 30 were revised in consultation, this is to Councillor Bruni's discussion or point, in consultation with the platoon chiefs. So the association, that's going to be the ones that have to carry out these standard operating guidelines. Of those 20 to 30 operating guidelines, if I understand it correctly from a lay perspective, all were turned to the Ministry of Labor to question them, even though they'd already been signed off, and only the one had been brought back seeking clarity in terms of that one standing operating guideline. So I want to dispel the notion that there's a clear and imminent danger. There isn't. It's just that these have been brought forward to the Ministry of Labor, and all they ask is just for some clarity on the one operating guideline, which we are happy to comply with, and we'll complete probably in the next couple of weeks.
Thank you for the explanation. I guess the problem I'm having is that the issue that's brought forward is at the core of a lot of the issues here, and that is going from 4 firefighters to 3, and this seems to be directed at that whole process. When you've got 3 firefighters on a truck instead of 4, the procedures have changed, and yet it took the ministry to highlight the deficiency. And, it just, maybe I'm oversimplifying this, maybe I'm not stating it properly, but the whole issue of going from 4 to 3, the reduction of 25% of the staff is the core of this plan, and yet, this directive addresses that issue, and yet, we didn't address it. It was pointed out by the ministry. It seems to me that we should have been on this. That's my point, and that's all I have to say on that. It just raises some concerns about the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I may respond. Again, it was the Ministry of Labor is seeking clarity on the one operating guideline. They're not saying that there's any clear and imminent danger, and I don't want to leave that impression with the public at large. It's just the one operating guideline, and it was done in consultation with the platoon chiefs, which is the association. So there was, we understood, a sign-off on that. So we were a bit surprised it even got sent to the Ministry of Labor in terms of the process. That said, we're very, very cognizant of and concerned for safety of the community, safety of the firefighters, and so we are quite happy to, and are in the process of looking at that operating guideline to see if we can expand on it for greater clarity. But it's not imminent danger. Yeah. I just don't want to leave that out there. And I fully appreciate what you're saying too.
And I'm not suggesting that there is any clear or imminent danger. I'm simply speaking about the process and where we're heading, and it just It's just, I want to be confident that despite all of the tension and animosity between the groups, that the process is rolling out properly, and that was my concern. I understand your point that we're not saying that there's clear and imminent danger. I don't want to leave that impression either. Thank you.
Okay, so we have Romano and then, sorry, we have Myers, Romano, and then Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is through you to the Chief. Chief, coming down to the comprehensive risk assessment, I think that you had told us back at the time what your rationale was of why to wait until you're through the realignment plan. I'm going to ask you if you do two things. One, if you just take a minute and describe what's in the comprehensive comprehensive risk assessment plan, and what kind of time commitment that is to do that. And then secondly, why it was that you recommended what you did to us. I think you know what I'm trying to ask you. What you recommended that we do back when you first presented your plan in terms of waiting to do the risk assessment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Myers. The original plan was the first significant change in 30 years that we had in the fire service here. And in order to do a long-term assessment, we need to make some changes to be able to identify what changes need to be made and to assess those changes. For example, a risk assessment does not strictly focus on the firefighting end of things. It focuses on training, community involvement, community understanding of public education, water supply, infrastructure for water supply. It tells us where we are at a particular point in time, and we knew where we were at that particular point in time. We hadn't had any significant change. For example, a main component of a comprehensive risk assessment would be public education. We have just started our public education division today, as a matter of fact. That was identified as a risk. We've addressed it, and we've started our public education division today. So we need that to run for at least 6 to 8 months to get some data for the risk assessment to be looked at from a public education point of view, which is the number one prong of fire protection in a community, is public education. And to this point, the Fire Prevention Division has done a fairly decent job, but they're limited. Now we have 2 full-time public educators to deal with this matter. And that was the reason why, when we first started, that we knew what the risks were. We identified them both on the fire and the EMS side, and we were going to make some changes and evaluate those risks once we got them moving in full. We've only dealt with EMS, and we're dealing with public education.
Okay. If I could, through you, Mr. Mayor. So I think that I think it was Councillor Hollingsworth that put it in an interesting way back at the time, that it's like doing, you've done your assignments, you've got your work to do, and then you want to test it, and halfway through when you haven't even finished the project. And I think that that's what I want to remind council of, is that there's a plan. There's a plan here that this council supported. And I think to start now and second guess and third guess, we're going to undermine the chief. I will not undermine the chief. I have confidence in the chief. And we have the accountability through the Act to decide where we're going to place our authority to manage fire services in this community. And for me, it's the fire chief. And that hasn't changed. And I don't care who's asking for what or for what reasons they're asking for it. We have a plan. I accepted the plan. And unless I hear from the chief that the plan should be changed and why, it will not be changed, in my view. So I do not support this resolution. And I would ask that council be reminded of what decisions you've made, and not to be wiggling around here because you're concerned about what someone might be thinking or what someone writes to you in an email. It's our responsibility to choose where we're going to place the responsibility for managing fire services in this community, and we did that when we hired the chief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Romano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to our chief. Firstly, on a comprehensive risk assessment, are you aware by any chance of what the approximate cost of that would be?
through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Mauner, a standard risk assessment, comprehensive and taking into account all those items I just spoke about, is approximately a 8 to 10 week fact finding, followed by an additional 6 to 8 weeks of report writing to a draft. And they're done by third parties, which are usually engineering firms, planning firms, specializing in fire protection. That is a true independent third party. The Fire Marshal's Office is not an independent third party.
Okay,
The cost is approximately $2,000 a day. So you're looking at anywhere from $130 to $140.
Okay.
1,000 K.
So this is obviously then, I think, to our CAO, this would obviously be returning to council. This is going to exceed the procurement policy limits.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano, if this motion passes tonight and we're asked to report back, if I understand the motion correctly, it's saying what's the feasibility of doing it and what would be the cost, and we certainly would bring that information back if that was the will of council tonight for us to do so.
Yeah, I think it's important to recognize that distinction. This is not directing the senior staff to undertake this comprehensive risk assessment in 2017. It's directing them to come back to us, tell us whether it's feasible to do that, and tell us what the cost would be to do that.
And then at that point in time,
Then at that point, you would be making a decision.
Of course. Because of our procurement policies, I can appreciate that. Again, another question for our chief. If you're in a position to answer this, only if, how soon would this, if we were to go ahead with a comprehensive risk assessment, how quickly would it occur? If you are in a position to answer.
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry, 1 second. The clerk was saying something. Why don't you just, no? Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Romano. Again, I would suggest that we can bring all this back as part of the report, as opposed to speculate now in terms of the various outcomes or possible outcomes.
Again, for our chief, with respect to the option of proceeding with a comprehensive risk assessment at this stage, or for the report to look at the feasibility of it, I should say, is there, let me rephrase this. When this plan was made and put into place back in October of 15, the intention was to get the comprehensive risk assessment done anyways at the conclusion of the realignment, which would be approximately the end of 2018, correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor, that's correct.
Okay. And education is the one area that I guess you've alluded to as being a concern, that we really haven't been able to do that aspect of our realignment yet. Therefore, that's going to be an area that in a comprehensive risk assessment, we would obviously not fare very well, I guess.
Through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Manor, that among numerous other ones that we'll lay out in the report haven't been addressed as of yet. So we need to have some ground data in order for us to do a comprehensive risk assessment.
Okay.
And sorry.
No, if you want.
Then I'll lay that in the report based on what it does in fact contain and the timelines to get it.
Okay, fair enough. Done. So then that'll be in a report. So as far as, I mean, from your perspective right now, and again, you can simply answer all identified in a report, but is there any actual disadvantage that you foresee from just proceeding with it now as opposed to at the end of 2018?
I think that's going to be canvassed in the report. Like, staff would make a recommendation about whether they would proceed in 2017 or they think we should. You're asking a whole bunch of questions that are going to be
based on the report.
Yeah.
I appreciate that, Mr. And I just thought, because the resolution still could be voted down at this stage, in which case, we would never see the report and know what the answer to those questions are. Well, I'll leave it at that then, and as I indicated, I already made my comments earlier, so I suppose I'll stay silent at this point.
Okay, anybody else on this motion? Councillor Fata.
To comment on Councillor Meyer's point, we do want to see the results of this resolution. Certainly, I want to see the results of the Minister of Labour being addressed so that I know exactly where we stand, just as the CEO commented about that. Because most people, I think, out there looked at that and said, are we breaking or are we bending the rules? So we want to know exactly where we're at as far as Ministry of Labor.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Fata. Regardless whether the motion passes tonight or not, a comprehensive risk assessment will be taken. If it passes tonight, then we would tell you what the feasibility is doing it sooner than the end of 2018. In terms of an order, we would have to be compliant, so council would be seeing that we're compliant as well to hit the January 27th date, regardless again whether the motion is passed this evening or not.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Christian.
I just want to be clear on this resolution. If the resolution passed, and maybe it's been stated already, as part of the feasibility, we would find out information about who actually provides this service, associated costs, specific outcome information. In other words, what is it going to tell us in terms of the things that we need to do or don't have to worry about, et cetera, et cetera. That's what the feasibility would be, or is it simply a matter of, that there's not we need more time to do the, to implement our plan before we can have a risk assessment. I guess that's what I'm getting at. I'm still confused about what a risk assessment is, and so I'm curious to know what a risk assessment is and how they work. That's my question.
So, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Christian, and I'll look to the chief to nod his head or add anything more that he might have. The risk, in the report, we would explain and we would describe the feasibility relative to all of the components that would exist within a comprehensive risk assessment. We would identify, as was done in a report last year, what a comprehensive risk assessment is. Identify the components of it, whether they're the infrastructure component, the quantity of water component, the EMS and fire response time component, the number of vehicles, the number of stations, the number of and most importantly, the community's ability to pay, would be all those types of things that we would identify in as being relative to feasibility, as well as the data that's available on all those fronts to be able to make a true assessment. Because if it is that we have 2 days of experience on the education portion, that's going to have some implications for what's going to come out of the comprehensive risk assessment when it is conducted, which is again when we're looking at 2018 as opposed to now. But that would all be included in a report back if that's where council went tonight in terms of its motion.
Councillor Bratland.
Yes. Is this really about a risk assessment? And what I have to say, I say it only for myself because I know it will have no impact. It's the worst situation I've seen in my 30-odd years. There seems to be no middle ground. There's an impasse. It would appear that the environment, as somebody described it, as toxic. But I would ask, and I know it's not going anywhere, but I would ask anyway, leadership from both sides, we've got to break this impasse for the sake of the chief, for the firefighters, and for the community. And I can only hope, I'm not very hopeful, but I would hope that that can be done. Because should this continue, we'll get another report and we'll debate that, no doubt. And the pending risk assessment, whenever it comes, and the expense that goes with it will continue. So is there some way that both sides can come together and at the very least talk in a responsible, respectful manner? Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Hollingsworth. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Hollingsworth.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I have a couple questions, but thank you for saying that, Councillor Butland. Very good words. Why do we always revisit the same topic over and over in council? I mean, this topic.
You councillors draft the resolutions.
Yeah. But no, the rat abatement, this and so forth. I just want to clarify again. Did I hear earlier tonight, Chief, that you, I think, have said that through this realignment, I think you said that you are working with the Ministry of Community Safety and Correction guidelines. Yes or no? for the safety of the community.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Holman, yes, we're working on all the established guidelines, policies, communiques from the Office of the Fire Marshal, which reports through the Community Safety and Corrections.
Thank you. And I believe earlier tonight you said you are doing simplified risk assessments, again, through the whole process of this realignment. Yes or no?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Holman, yes, we're required under the Fire Protection and Prevention Act to do a yearly simplified risk assessment for the community. We're also doing an ongoing assessment of the realignment. As we institute changes, we evaluate it from a risk point of view and then move on to the next step.
Okay, thank you. And this question is to our CAO. If this resolution is not passed tonight, you are still, I believe, going to honor what is required with regards to the OG or operating guidelines?
They have to.
Exactly. Thank you. They have to. Okay. And we've concluded that we're going to do the comprehensive risk assessment in 2018 once we know we have filled in all our gaps based on the report card. Would you put your child in front of an examination board if you know he or she is not prepared? Wouldn't you work as a parent to identify the weaknesses, if they have any, and help that person before they go for their final examination? So I want to say, continue on working together, as Councillor Butland said, the chief, the other association, fire association, and let's just work together. We are going to do a comprehensive, but in 2018, when we know our weaknesses have been fulfilled, such as training. So thank you.
So, Councillor Manning, you spoke to this a number of times now. I think on 3 separate occasions. So we're not going back to the horseshoe. I'm going to make some comments here, and then we're going to call a vote on it. I hear Councillor's frustration, and I share it. I think Councillor Butland makes a very good point. Administration knows my feelings on this. I think that whatever the response that you get from the association, it's administration's responsibility to continue to work together. And I would have really liked to see, as Councillor Marchie's mentioned, as Councillor Bruni's mentioned, as Councillor Butland's mentioned, as Councillor Hollingsworth has mentioned, the association and the administration come together and work something out here. I've been very reticent to, as a political leader, I've been very reticent to involve myself in the process because I'm always trying to respect the dichotomy of the politics of the political administration and the actual day-to-day administration. But I hear what you're saying, and frankly, my concern is exactly as Councillor Butland has mentioned. If we get a report back and a report isn't to the liking of one group or the other group, we're just going to argue over that report. And this issue has to come to a head for the betterment of our community, for the betterment of the amount of time that we're spending on it. And, you know, I want to assure Council that I've heard you and that I will, as of kind of now, take a different approach myself to trying to find a resolution to this issue. So we're going to call a vote on this motion. You know, if it passes, staff simply brings a report back outlining what happened with the OG and outlining the feasibility of doing a CRA in 2017 versus 2018. If it fails, the status quo remains, but my comments still stand. So even if this motion does fail, I plan on becoming more involved in finding a resolution to this issue myself. So all in favor of the motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion?
Recorded vote has been requested. Councillor Turco?
For.
Councillor Fata?
Against.
Councillor Christian?
Against.
Councillor Krampadich?
For.
Councillor Hupinen?
Against.
Councillor Hollingsworth?
Against.
Councillor Shoemaker?
Against.
Councillor Romano?
For.
Councillor Bruni?
For.
Councillor Myers?
Against.
Councillor Butland?
Against.
Mayor Provenzano?
Against.
Motion fails. Under agenda item 8.2, a motion by Councillors Christian and Shoemaker. Whereas the Corporation of the City of Sault Ste. Marie delegated its authority to appoint representatives to the Water Utility, the Public Utility Commission, to the Board of Directors of the PUC by way of Bylaw 2001-25. And whereas since the delegation of this authority, the representatives who served on the PUC have also served on the board of directors of PUC, Inc. and PUC Services. And whereas the PUC has a service agreement with PUC Services, Inc., and whereas the representatives who serve on the PUC are often also directors of PUC Services, Inc., and whereas a matter of good governance, the representatives who serve on the PUC should be independent of the directors of PUC Services, now therefore be it resolved that Council direct staff to prepare a bylaw to repeal Bylaw 2001-25 for the December 12, 2016 Council meeting to ensure that the Corporation of the City of Sault Ste. Marie City Council shall hereafter appoint the representatives to the Public Utility Commission directly, and be it further resolved that the city clerk advertise the vacancies to be filled with the current round of ward and committee appointments.
Okay, Councillor Christian or Councillor Shoemaker, do you want me to speak to this, or do either you want to speak to it? So let's just put it this way. Councillor Shoemaker and I are water commissioners. Councillor Shoemaker and I are also, Councillor Christian and I are water commissioners, so we sit on the PUC. Councillor Christian and I are also directors of the company that's providing service to the PUC. So as the water commissioners, how do we essentially discharge our duty while maintaining our responsibility, our fiduciary duty as directors of the other company? My feeling is that the water commissioners should be appointed by this council, and they should be independent of the people actually carrying out the services. I think Councillor Christian, having sat on those boards, agrees with me. Councillor Shoemaker, as having sat on that board, agrees. And I can tell you that the PUC Board of Directors is also agreeable with this change. All in favor? Carried.
Under agenda item 8.3, Council, this is just a follow-up to the report at last meeting on a nominating committee. This is actually making the appointments. The nominating committee has approved head spots for 3 council members. Indeed, 3 did indicate their interest, so I've put the motion on. Motion by Councillors Fata and Myers. Resolved that the following persons be appointed to the nominating committee for the term beginning November 21, 2016 to November 30, 2018. Councillors Marchie Bruni, Sandra Hollingsworth, and Judy Hoopanen, and the Deputy City Clerk, the Secretary-Treasurer, Committee of Adjustment, the Manager of Recreation and Culture, the Curator, Ermitinger Clerk, National Historic Site, and the Accessibility Coordinator.
Okay, so all in favor? Carried.
Council, we had several bylaws that needed to be separated due to pecuniary interests. The first one is Bylaw 2016-189, motion by Councillors Fata and Myers. Being a bylaw to amend Bylaw 2003-53 to address incidents of aggressive solicitation, be passed in open council this 21st day of November 2016.
All in favor? Carried.
A motion by Councillors Fata and Myers to resolve that Bylaw 2016-190, being a bylaw to appoint municipal law enforcement officers to enforce the bylaws on various private properties and to amend Schedule A to Bylaw 9305, be passed in open council this 21st day of November 2016.
All in favor?
Motion by Councillors Fata and Myers resolved that Bylaw 2016-191, being a bylaw to appoint bylaw enforcement officers to enforce the bylaws of the Corporation of the City of Sault Ste. Marie, be passed in open council this 21st day of November 2016.
All in favor?
A motion by Councillors Fata and Myers resolved that all bylaws listed under item 11 of the agenda under date 2016-1121 be approved, save and accept bylaws 2016-189, 190, 191, and 198.
All in favor? Carried.
Council, under agenda item 13, closed session. A motion by Councillors Fata and Myers. Resolved that this council proceed into closed session to discuss 3 legal matters: property acquisition negotiation, potential litigation, and potential renegotiation of a contract. And further be it resolved that should said closed session be adjourned, the council may reconvene in closed session to continue to discuss the same matters without the need for a further authorizing resolution.
All in favor?
And a motion by Councillors Bruni and Hollingsworth resolved that this council now adjourn.
Carried. All in favor, sorry. Carried.